right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one of the Mohawk. I am Blackjack for the first game here. Joining me is going to be my announce partner, A Load of Sarcasm.
Good morning, everyone.
And we are going to be starting things off today with the Philadelphia Hooligans and the Race City Rebels. Just going to go ahead and go over the roster for the Philadelphia Hooligans. First of all, Adam Kalla, number 33, Bunsen Bruiser, Roog, number 187, Dudley Durong, number 0, General Ledger, number 899, number 608, Duke of Hearts, number 2, Crack and Jack, number 34D, Necrophilia, number 4, Nurse Ratchet, number 420, Roll AJ, number 47, 44, Sharkskin, number 23, Slambino, number 16, Speed Tree, number 9, T.I., number 2469, Timmy Twitch, number 25, Uncle Dad, number 8, Yosemite Slam, and number 245, Zombicidal Maniac. Aloda, why don't you go ahead and give us the roster list for the Race City Rebels?
All right, so on the track today for the Race City Rebels, we've got number 13, Up Chuck Norris, number 14, Magic Johnson, number 17, Shaggy, number 18, Shenanigans, 21, Norse Horse, number 36, Hot Rod, I'm thinking of 43, Dan Zeiger, 44, Meek, number 52, Car Bomb, 6, Sir Nix-a-Lot, number 70, Doc Flatliner, 71, Ron, number 79, Skateman Spiff, and 4, Zeckner.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting things started in just a moment here. It looks like we got about 10 seconds to the start of the clock. And the first bout coming up of a day of roller derby action. After this, taking on the Quadfathers men's roller derby, Mount and Jersey Derby, who made quite an impact. And have at 3 p.m. New York Shock and the Cleveland Guardians. Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment.
All right, up first we've got Doc Flatliner, number 70 for the Race City Rebels, going up against Grasso for the Philadelphia Hooligans. In front first, that's going to go to Grasso. And it looks like first penalty. Have our first 2-minute jam of the morning. Doc Flatliner completing his scoring pass, so that'll be first blood on the board going to Race City.
Points on the board for Race City as the Hooligans come in for their first scoring pass. Both jammers making it through in that pass. On the board for Race City, it looks like 4 points on the board for the Hooligans as well. And that's the end of the
big first jam. Race City on the board with 18 points, 8. And that's with Grasso serving that back block penalty.
27-40 in the first half.
Norse Horse for Race City up against Uncle Dad for Philadelphia Hooligans. Uncle Dad picking up lead jammer privilege.
Norris completing his initial pass as well. Both teams could be looking to score here. No points scored in that jam. No points scored in that jam. 26 minutes, 45 seconds to go in the first half. For the Philadelphia Hooligans, we have General So Fine at the line. Looks like he'll be going against number 17 Shaggy for the race. General So Fine getting through for 26 minutes to go in the first half.
Number 43, Dan Zeiger for Race City. Number 0, Grasso. Hit off the lines, going to back Grasso up.
Denziger almost through the pack. Makes it through, does pick up lead jammer. Gets clear of the pack and gets ready to go for his first scoring pass. Looks like we're going to have a potential panty pass here by Grasso. Or helmet cover pass, sorry. Helmet cover off to number 245. Zombicidal Maniac for the Philadelphia Hooligans. He completes his initial pass. And that's the end of the jam.
Race City going to points, bringing them 22 to the Hooligans 8 with 24.5 minutes left.
Looks like we're going to have number 25 for the Hooligans, Uncle Dad taking on number 70 for the Race City Rebels, Doc Flatliner. Bit of a shuffle start at the line with Doc Flatliner breaking free. I'm sorry, Uncle Dad breaking free. Doc Flatliner is still trying to complete his initial pass.
Uncle Dad's going to pick up a track cut, second lost lead, second power jam in favor of Race City.
And this is going to be Doc Flatliner's chance if he can complete his initial pass to open the lead even further in what has been a very defensive bout so far. 6 for Philadelphia Hooligans getting sent to the penalty box. That's Speed Tree. Doc's power jam is not going to be that damaging for them. However, Doc Flatliner still gets through, gets 5 points for the Race City Rebels. Doc Flatliner, sorry, Uncle Dad is ready to come in for his jam.
I believe that back block being to Doc Flatliner, so it's a role reversal when it comes to power jams. And Uncle Dad also being sent to the penalty box for a cut track, and that just about ends the jam.
27-16 to score, 22 minutes, 10 seconds to go. 5 jams in, we 3 power jams, 4 jammers sent to the box.
Yep.
It's something that both teams are going to need to work on cleaning up if they want to come away with the win this game.
All right, so all of our blockers out there. We'll see Doc Flatliner and Uncle Dad up in just a hot 10 seconds maybe.
I don't even think it's going to be that much. going to be probably less than 5.
Yep.
They're both coming on at virtually time.
So smart move there. Their blockers backing up while Doc able to just kind of come right in and hit that wall of black.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering they both got released from the penalty box at the same time, it gives Race City that much of an advantage. You know, it gives Doc Flatliner about a 10-foot advantage over Bad there.
Right, and when I was going to say, you look at them, they're not going anywhere. They've just hit the pivot line, and we're 45 seconds into the jam.
Yeah, this has been a very defensive bout so far.
All right, there we go. Doc Flatliner making his way through, picking up lead jammer City.
And Uncle Dad has completed his initial pass as well. Both teams going to be on the scoring pass here. Doc Flatliner gets knocked to the outside, calls off the jam. Only picking up 2 points there for Race City. 29-16 the score. 20 minutes, 37 seconds to go in the first half. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in at this early hour, especially for those of us watching on the West Coast. Internet speed is not the best inside the JFK Arena, but we want to try and provide you with everything that we can. And some really fast jamming there. Number 0, Grasso for the Hooligans. North Race City picking up lead jammer. 29-16 the score, 20 minutes to go in the first half.
Grasso really finding himself in a bunch of penalty trouble already. He's been sent to the penalty box at least 3 times. It may be 4.
Yeah, and that really seems to be what's holding back the Hooligans. I guess they're living up to their name a little bit,
right?
With all the penalties that they're committing this early on.
Well, it's certainly going to make for an interesting second half, considering that Grasso's been in an every 3 rotation.
Yeah, we'll see if they start to pull him, because if he gets close to the 7, we'll start to see it. He's probably on 3 or 4 already. And we're just over 10 minutes into this first half.
Norse Horse gets hit out in the front stretch, but sees Grasso coming around. He's going to call it off. Race City picking up 10 points in that jam, 11, bringing them up to 40. Hooligans at 16.
Looks like we're going to have General So Fine taking on number 17, I believe, for the Rebels. Shaggy. 40-16 the score, 18 minutes, 40 seconds to go in the first half. Race City in the lead, and we can lead to penalties, but as Shaggy picks up a penalty of his own. So we're going to have a power jam here from General So Fine and the Philadelphia Hooligans. They're going to try and close this lead as best they can.
Star pass pretty quick in the game, so we'll see another 2-minute jam here. That is to number 16. That would be Speed Tree. Number 14, Magic Johnson, doing a great job knocking number 16, Speed Tree, out back beyond turn 3.
Yeah, Magic Johnson was really the only line of defense there for Speed Tree, and he managed to send him outside and send him all the way back into the pack. Speed Tree's got to do it all over again. It's a hard shot. Spun Speed Tree around. Looked like Speed Tree was going to try and skate back into the pack. I think he thought he was knocked out of bounds there, but he wasn't. But he gets through. Gets a grand slam, 5 points on the board for the Philadelphia Hooligans. 40-21 to score right now. 17 minutes, 15 seconds to go. We're going to go on this jam, no lead jammer right now. He has been released from the penalty box, and he's going to try and pick up some points of his own here.
Work by number 9, T.I. who knocking Shaggy out just past turn 2 and backing him back up the penalty line. I'm sorry, the pivot line.
Gonna have an update for the score for you in just a moment here. It looks like there's a timeout being called by the Philippines. Minutes, 28 seconds to go. 12-point jam there. 55-24 the score. 15 minutes, 12 seconds remaining in the first half.
All right, we've got 0 for the Hooligans in black up against number 43, Dane.
Trying about putting Grasso out there again. Troubles earlier on in the bout.
And we're going to see another star pass here. Grasso trying to push it over that wall of Race City Rebels.
He's on a Philadelphia blocker. Danziger jammer for Philadelphia Hooligans still trying to complete or consider the star pass. It looks like the cover has been handed off to number 187 for the Philadelphia Hooligans, Dudley Durong. He has not completed his initial pass yet and has not put that cover on his head. Meanwhile, Danziger completing his first scoring grand slam for Race City. That's going to bring them to 60 points for Philadelphia. 13 minutes, 40 to go in the first half.
And finding himself in a power jam, number 43, Danziger. The star pass was completed, and then he was sent to the penalty box.
Danziger getting fancy. They're trying for an apex jump. They cannot complete it. Goes back to the. Almost say that was an unnecessary taken by Danziger. Fortunately, didn't net him any penalties. But he isn't any further along in the pack than he was when he tried it. 65-24 the score right now. 12 minutes, 54 seconds to go in the first half. Danziger making his way through, picking up another 5 points, and that's the end of the jam. 70-24 the score. 12 minutes, 45 seconds to go in the first half.
Race City doing a great job on their own, but it certainly doesn't help that the Hooligans jammers are just finding themselves in penalty trouble after penalty trouble. They've put a lot of their points on the board during those power jams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you consider, let's say the Hooligans didn't have half of the jammer penalties they've had so far, it would be much, much closer than it is. It's still not very, still only 45. Not much in modern roller derby, even with the 30-second penalties that have been in place for the past couple of years. Still not that much, but it would probably be a 15-point game if the Hooligans only committed half the penalties they did. General so fine though, making his way through, picking up lead jam for the Hooligans. Norris Forrest still trying to complete his initial pass. He does get the win. Does seem like Race City has tightened up their penalty situations that they had earlier on in the game. In for his first scoring pass. Norris Horse in for some points as well. Race City blockers just using their sheer size over a smaller jammer like General So Fine to try and hold him back. General So trying to sprint. He does get clear, completes his first scoring pass, but Race City doing a great job of recycling, pulling it back in. Great hustle there by Race City, living up to their name.
And it's So Fine, who has that lead jammer privilege. He's still trying to pick up his points. His scoring pass.
Yeah, credit to the Philadelphia Hooligans though, holding back Norris Forrest. General So Fine, Obsi Cornell, 74 over a 40-point game here. Hooligans still have plenty of time. But we're going to have to see how they handle their ongoing penalty woes. Grasso coming to the line for the Hooligans, going up to number 17 for Race City Rebels, Shaggy.
pick up lead jammer privilege for the Hooligans. Shaggy, though, not too far behind him. It's really spread out as the jammers approach.
Grasso just trying to get in as much as he can. Unfortunately, that's going to be no points for either team. 74-33 still the score. 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the first half.
Uncle Dad and Hooligans up against number 43, Dane Zeiger. No pack call and a multiplayer block in there. Dane Zeiger is going to pick up the for Race City. Each team losing a blocker to the Derby famous penalty box.
Dudley Durong going to be going to the box for the Hooligans, and number 7 Doc Flatliner going to be going for the Race City Rebels. The board for Race City, no points. 8 minutes, 23 seconds to go in the first half.
Number 44 in white for Race City up against number 0, Grasso in black.
Grasso breaking free, picking up the lead jammer for the Hooligans. Star pass to number 80, Zeckner for Race City. Getting 2 seconds to go in the first half. Philadelphia Hooligans, General so fine at the left for the Hooligans, going against number 17, Shaggy for Race City.
Both teams now up to blockers as they come back in from the penalty box. Shaggy being by Timmy Twitch. It makes it through, picking up the lead jammer for Race.
Almost getting taken his eyes.
Shaggy's going to pick up 1 and call it. Race City 78, Hooligans 37. A little minutes left to go in the first half. Dane Zeiger in white for Race City up against Uncle Dad in the black for the Hooligans. Uncle Dad pushes his way through up around the pivot line. Dane Zeiger being backed up to the jammer line, orbed and up against a wall of Hooligans. No pat call out of play. That's going to let Uncle Dad through for lead 14, being sent and 5:50.
Taking the number 21 for the break pass here in this situation.
It up to turn 3. Grass
86-41 the score. 3 minutes to go. Way to momentum and shift it in their favor. They might gap.
General So Fine and Meek.
Strike number 420, Rolla J for the Hooligans, getting sent to the penalty box.
Meek's going to come out first, picking up lead jammer for Race City. A take on General So Fine right here in the front stretch.
Meek doing a good of jamming, just burning some time off the clock here. 2.5 first half.
Meek knocks General So Fine to the inside and backs him up to the line.
And backs up the jammer line.
Talk about successful burning of the clock and not picking up a penalty.
Yeah, Meek not concerned about scoring points here. He's just really just kind of wearing down the clock in a game where they have a solid lead, but it's not a gigantic lead. They're just going to try and spend some time off the clock. 86-41 the score. It looks like Ray City did pick up 4 points, so it's going to be 90-41 as we have 1 minute 36 seconds to go in the first half.
Zager for Ray City Rebels up against Uncle Dad for the Hooligans. And it looks like a team time out for the Hooligans.
That's going to be the second time out that Philadelphia's used, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. So they've got one more left than 4.5.
And it looks like this time out, once speaking with the officials, this isn't going to gap. Race City Hooligans second in the first half.
All right, that'll
taking on. Great job. Is going to end the first half. First half score 90. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to come back with half number 2 of the Race City Rebels and the Philadelphia Hooligans. Right now the score 94-41. Race City with a solid lead. They've been able to hold the duration of the first half. Hooligans doing a good job not any further, but some early penalty woes caused the deficit that they're in right now.
Well, it's an interesting point talking about penalties is Doc Flatliner for Race City Rebels. Only 2 jams. One where he came back out after being in the penalty box, but he's the top scorer for Race City Rebels with 25 points in the first half.
That one. And it looks like we have Grasso at the line. Hooligans going against Norris Horse. Grasso looking to hand off the helmet cover, trying to star pass here as Norris Horse tries to pass for Race City. We'll see who gets.
Well, it might have been a star stash. Looks like Grasso still has the star in his hand. Number 21, Norris Horse, going to pick up lead jammer privilege for Race City. And Norris Horse actually picking up 23 points himself last half. Not too shabby.
Race City's jammers doing a great job of capitalizing on situations where either it's a power jam or the Hooligans blocker just gets held up.
All right, it looks like blocking with the head, sending Grasso to the penalty box. He still has the star in his hand, so that'll be a power jam for Norris Horse. Well, Norris Horse being sent to the penalty box himself. He's going to be forced into a cut.
We have a power jam situation here for the Hooligans.
Grasso was just standing, so just about 30 seconds. Grasso looking to take off the star. Not quite sure what he's going to do.
It looks like he dropped it there for a moment. Had to get down and pick it back up. That's 4 points on the board for Race City. As it looks like Norris Horse is going to be getting ready to be released from
pretty quickly out of the box. It's going to make number 8-9 so fine for the Hooligans. He was actually the lead scorer for the Hooligans in the first half with 17 points. He's going up against number 4, Shaggy. Shaggy's going to get pushed to the inside, backed up by T-Ice. General Sofine also getting knocked to the outside. Shaggy pushing his way through, picking up lead jammer for Race City. Hit flies out of the track near the bar. Shaggy's going to take it to on the turns there. He's going to pick up 5 points for Race City. That'll bring them over the century. They are 103, Hooligans 44 with 24 and a half left to go. Howard.
Timmy completes his initial lead jam for Race City. Timmy Trich clearing his initial pass for the Hooligans as we have a pair of blockers, 14 Johnson, 70 Race City. It's going to be Ron Scaramy. Both of them are going to be in the penalty box. So the Hooligans going to start up a couple blockers in this next jam. 4 points on the board there for Race City, 107-48. The score, 23 minutes, 7 seconds to go in the second half.
Uncle Dad in black for the Hooligans up against 84. Zeckner, I believe that's his first time jamming so far for Race City. Race City currently down to one blocker on the track as Doc gets sent to the penalty box for an out of play. Zeckner's lead. Uncle Dad passes him though, no surprise, Zeckner's gonna call it off. Norris Horse and white for Race City Rebels up 0. Grasso in the black. Race City 107, Hooligans 48. 21 and a half minutes. Allow Grasso lead. And Norris Horse was in the penalty. Is going to serve just about the full. Norris Horse completed his initial. Grasso out of the penalty box.
Norris Horse makes his way through, picks up a grand slam, 5 points for Race City.
And that'll match the 5 points that Grasso scored before being sent to the penalty box. Grasso not having the best morning so far. That for Grasso. Rolla J also being sent to the penalty box for a.
James points on the board put up at the end there for Race points in that jam in the first half.
So Grasso still sitting in the penalty box. He's got to be close to 7. For Race back on, Andy's lead. Both jammers looking to make their way in. Shaggy's going to call it off, pick up 1, hold Grasso to nothing. So that'll be 5 more points for Race City. That'll bring them to 125, 124. Looks like they lost a point there. 57, so 124 for 18. Dane Zugger up against General. Comes up against Ice, the last blocker.
Stanzer comes in for his first here.
While very effective in holding General SoFi.
Makes his way through another 5 points on the as one of the blockers gets set to the penalty box. 137 the score, number 79 for Race City. That's going to be Skaten Spiff. General SoFi completes his initial. Looks like they're making
Hooligans 57. The opposing team.
Yeah, inadvertently stretching out the pack a little bit further.
Dudley Do Wrong trying to open.
Their third team timeout here.
They basically have a review.
That's all they have. Does manage to get close. 15 minutes. They're not clock. Very interesting. Have gone through all 3 timeouts. One yet. Not be as apt to stop the clock and have team group. So doing a good job of extending their lead. Hooligans held them to about 40 points for the duration of the first half. Have broken that open to about a 13 climb, and if they're going to do it, to start.
Number 17, Shaq, Race City. Number 25, Uncle for the Hooligans. Points.
Coming in, scoring some Race City before calling off. Looks like he put up 4 for Race City as well. So we're going to have 149 to get it on Twitter using the hashtag MVC2. The home team taking the farthest away visitor in Fear Roller Derby. Penalty box and the general sort of the outside, and then all the way back as Danziger comes in. Pass. He gets knocked around inside by number 3 Race City Block. This has not been able to wake that way around that physical wall.
Well, he's also just wouldn't let him.
For scoring movement there in the pass. 9 minutes to go in the second half.
Uncle Dad for the Hooligans against North in white for Hammers in the highest rotation for their respective teams. Going to pick up lead jammer. Something they haven't really been able
out of the block, and that's why they've been able
to recycle.
No points for either. 167 to 71. To score. 4 minutes, 40 to go in the first half.
In for Norris Horse. Grasso, though, well.
Points for either. And their official review, Race City have not.
And you know, really, Race City has the hooligan.
Yeah, that's true. Hooligans have not been able to get that surge of momentum that they need to try the gap, and it does like. And again, just a reminder for our next game, we have Tyne taking on the Central Fathers. Jersey Boys Roller Derby taking on the Montreal Men's Roller Derby. Following that at 3 p.m. the New York Stock Exchange Cleveland Guardians. We is going to be filling us in for review. In the meantime, word for that official review alone.
All right, so
Shaq. And we go by power James. That comes in for his box for a track. So Shaggy is going to be have a reversal of fortune here with that'll be serving.
Race City blockers towards the back and kind of act as battering rams to that wall. There's been a 44. Sir Nick-a-Lot staying on his feet.
General so fine burst of speed jam.
71 for Race City being sent to the penalty box for a block and gets pushed back beyond turn 3. Time right now, just about left to go.
time coming to a close. Period clock already expired. And Sir Nixon will get one pass in here for the... and he does get through. On the board. The final score. Our winner for this bout. They will be advancing the tournament. Having a tough time early on and then just not being able to punch in the second half. So again, unofficial final score. 180 says, you know, we're going to take a short break. We will be back at 11 o'clock next game. Thank you for watching us again. We'll see you o'clock. Mohawk Valley game number 2, tied in fear in the Central New York Matter. Number 5'11" Gay Fog. 7'6", number 8 Porky the Penetrator. Number 4 Gift for the Quadfathers.
Right here in URAM SB 132 Hefek against number 1 Newcastle. Packers hold him back. He pops out. Jam for the quad.
Dark Matter still trying to complete, getting knocked to the inside, back into the pack.
Walker Newcastle England team up. They've been playing game.
Smell. So 30. Philip first picks up lead jammer for tie, and Chapin still trying to pass for the quad.
Getting here. Both teams on one blocker for this. Jake his way to the wall of the pack. This is on that outside line.
Meanwhile, Jake Stankus still initial pass.
Oxen free now on the track. Quadfathers.
I'm sorry, 4 points on.
He got
breaks minute 6.
Time the Jersey Boys versus Royale. Right ahead.
Ezra Pound complete his there for the
ensures in the penalty box.
His initial pass.
Chapin on the jam. There, Chapin is
Up at the back.
after on his.
That's because he is skating with a big his face. Harry 30 Chapin, and he free for a few more points.
Behind.
Need to get to the front of the pack. Whistle blows. Blockers up at the pivot line that Tyne and Fear got over the Quadfathers.
On the outside, makes some hard hits, emerges from the pack as the lead jammer. Yeah.
He did, and 3 points. This is 1 point gap. They're going to be able to accomplish that.
Defense and put a couple points.
Blackbeard still trying to complete his initial pass. Quadfathers going to momentum here as Chapin his first scoring pass.
Yep, Chapin approaches slowly, and Blackbeard side and recycles to the back.
Track cut penalty there. What looked to be a good situation here for the Quadfathers. Blackbeard completing his initial pass. Lupo going to get sent to the penalty box for the Quadfathers.
And Tom Show on the track.
47 to 16. It's going to go to full 2 minutes. 17 seconds left on the jam clock. Chapin in points here and reduce some of the damage that was done in Fear power jam.
Quadfathers blockers doing I think it was Bob Fowler sent Beard to the inside of the track and recycled to the back, and that's the end of that jam.
1 to 8 for 15 minutes 47 been out of the pack. Fear, one of the, it's always interesting when a team comes to them, but I think their ability was reflected in their game against the Shock Exchange. Yes, it was a loss, 55 to 58. The smallest leads, relatively speaking, anyways, the Shock over this year. So Tyne and Fear actually holding back changed more than the other team they faced so far in the 2015 season. That gives you a clear idea of the kind of ability that this team has.
Absolutely. About if you're going to be, how badly you're beaten by this Shock Exchange.
Yeah. Anybody at home who are fans of roller derby, and if you're watching this, your is just as important as when you're dealing with a powerhouse team like the Shock Exchange. And Tyne and Fear on their point spread versus them. Stankus doing here. Dark Matter picking up a lead jammer from Tyne and Fear. Stankus still
Yeah, Jake Stankus hit off the times. He's back now. And Dark Matter emerges from his scoring pass, putting 5 on the board. Dark Matter sent to the outside of the track for another point scoring pass. Jake Stank his way through to the pack for his first point scoring pass.
As soon as Jammer gets close to the pack, they're letting the game 64
matchup yet.
That is interesting. We are 1 or 2 on the clock, but it has thus far.
There's a problem.
The other team and on a scoring pass. Tyne and Fear picking up 8 points in that jam.
Standing in the penalty box. Muscle picks up lead jam. Fathers.
Getting knocked to the outside there. Houston will get sent off for a track-up penalty. They're in this power jam situation. Mixed up. Moo getting released from the penalty box, held to a halt. Calling off the jam, taking advantage considering how much time they had.
Up against 60 quad bit. High of degrees here. And
Change as the day goes on.
Absolutely.
This afternoon, and that is a power jam.
Yep.
Track 60 quad bit, so Chapin is jam, but he still has not completed the pass. Tyne and Fear doing a great job defensively in this bout. Chapin getting put on his butt on turn 2. Having a dip. It looks like there has been a pass to Roof, who has grinded, has burned up the whole 30 seconds of that power jam. 60 quad belly box. He'll go through and complete his initial pass. Quadfathers are going to pick up. Find that scene he can. 60 quad bit taking the inside, completing his initial pass. 2 minutes have expired. 2 to 33 the score. Points in that jam. Minutes to go in the first half. Tyne and Fear. The Quadfathers doing a good job of not letting it get stretched out, closing from its original maximum of about 50.
Jake Stankus jamming again. 46 Blackbeard. Jake Stank feverishly fighting Tyne and Fear blockers. The outside of the Blackbeard jam for Tyne and Blackbeard back at the first pass. Quadfathers blockers. Is still trying to make his way through by those Tyne and Fear Blackbeard hit.
Was there.
Five for Blackbeard and Tyne. 6 minutes 20 on the clock. 77 in favor of Tyne and Fear. Pound jamming Mark Matter at the start of the
7-35 to score. 6 minutes to go in the first half.
There it is. Pound doing his best to follow the pack. Dark really gets by the Quadfathers after a little wreckage. GM for Tyne and Bobby Brady emerges from
Ezra Pound still trying to complete his Quadfathers. Tyne and Fear does a good job of holding back defensively, but looks down a bit too far. Multiplayer block for 0 Barnabas. As Ezra tries to complete his initial holding him.
Stretching the pack out.
That gives Ezra Pound stretched out too far.
Wreckage in the pack. Dark Man. Small apex jump calls off the jam. Score now 81-30. Brandon Schur line up against the made his way to the penalty box.
He kind of break through, picks up 5 points.
Tommy Talbot, the last hit up against Dog, he makes his way through.
granted points. 3 seconds to go in the first half.
You're down 1. Jammers are off. Teams jammers, we got a whistle blow infraction. We got a forearm on Tommy 25. Pack again. Track cut call. To the penalty box for the Quadfathers. Moo takes that outside line hit. More points. Time and fear.
Points on the board so far.
Doing his best to reassemble his face.
So the Quadfathers might be able to do that level of this jam and might actually be able to come out of this jam up in points. By a couple.
Yoder and Moo off to the penalty box for time and fear. 1 minute, 15 seconds clock. 20 seconds left on the jam clock. Chemical last hit before makes his way out again.
4 points on the board there. Points on the Quadfathers. Now we have a 14-point jam here. Quadfathers starting.
Much needed points for the Quadfathers. Yeah.
Some great side-to-side movement. Another 5 points on the board. That's going to be the final jam of the half. 90 to 60. 37 seconds to go. There has been a timeout called. Timeout was called by the Tyne and Fair bench, so we may have an official review here.
Absolutely true. We shall see.
Huge.
Stands right now for Tyne and Fair, 62 for 7 Quebec. And that'll be coming up at 1 o'clock Eastern time.
Dress dipping from 5 minutes as Derby sponsor. Gentlemen, you are watching at home. Get it on the at hashtag MVCG on Twitter. Again, we do the audio. I'm sorry, if the audio quality is choppy. That connection here at the JFK Arena is pretty to 90 to 7 seconds to go. We are having what this review is about once it is complete.
Still been no repeat hammer matchup.
Down player, contact with the down player.
Pack. Jake Stank. Pack.
Okay, I did Tyne and Fear felt that the Quadfathers blocked one of their skaters well down. The officials review contact was done before the fall, so there is, and Tyne and Fair will lose their official review. However, they will 60 quad bit picking up lead for Tyne and Fair as Stankus still tries to complete his initial pass for the Quadfathers. And penalty call on Tyne and Fair, so for the Quadfathers, opportunity to this at the end of this jam, but it will go the full 2 minutes. 60 quad bit into the pack, battling it out with Ezra Pound up. I'm sorry, that's Heffacker he was battling it out with, I believe, up at the front. Getting released, completing his initial pass. He's going to be.
Ooh, a hard hit from Graham Espy since off his feet a little bit. He's off the track, back on. Jake Stankus.
I apologize. Actually completing his there. Meanwhile, 60 quad bet, 4 points on the board for time. So 99 to 62 the score right now. 7 seconds remaining in this jam. As Jake Stankus here before the end. Jam. At 13 for time, 3 for the Quadfathers. 1:03 to score. Short break. Will be about 15 minutes.
Very cool.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a quick walk outside and say hi to somebody.
Leading in halftime, 103 to 64. Quadfathers with a that to less than by any stretch, but entire of that. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Brandon Schurz is going to be at the others, so we're going to start with Dark Matter taking the outside line. Lead jammer. Flash. Forward. Trying to find a seam to get through. Pass completed. As Dark Matter comes in for his first scoring pass. Along the outside line. Forward. Still trying to, looks like he's getting a little matter. 15-point jam so far. As gets through, thought about a helmet cover pass there, but opts to get 5 to score. Tyne and Fear doing a good job of shutting his momentum that they had.
After a short against Dog, we've got minutes left on the clock. Is now in the front, not have him.
And Dog breaking it open for Tyne and Fear on the board. Still tries to complete his initial pass. Dog's getting held back. And he completes second scoring. The point, more points on the board for Dog, and he calls off the jam. Point jam there for Tyne and Fear. 36 to score. 26 minutes, 38 in the second half.
Jake Stankus up again. Quadfathers have got to figure out more points on the board, as well as on the Tyne and Fear. At the same time, it's going to be a so far the Quad had a very hard time doing so.
Yeah, Tyne and Fear doing a good job of almost doubling their lead. Into this, really piling it on hard here, and the Quadfathers are going to need to shut this momentum now. We're getting knocked to the outside pass.
A couple hard hits by Rufo with the Quadfather blockers.
Stankus getting sent all the way into the back of the pack as Wu takes the inside line. He picks up a lead jammer.
Rufo is off to for an infraction.
We're taking the derby. As Wu gets through and gets a grand slam on the board for Tyne and Fear. Stankus still trying to complete the pass, but the Tyne and Fear gotten even more solid between the end of the first half and 5 points on the board for Tyne and Fear. Wu making his way through the pack into Fowler and Esper. He gets driven to the ground. Rufo comes in hard, throwing a shot and reanimated gift. Just getting through, completing his initial pass. Almost, he breaks free in just over a minute. 24 minutes, 25 seconds to go. 1 to 66 the score of Tyne.
Time in-depth strategy, of course.
Yeah, they need. The second half has been very, very Tyne and Fear put on points in 5. That's not something that you want to let continue.
Yeah, especially with such a formidable team. We got the Tyne and Fear team. They were the silver list for this men's European. Quad with the best of the best.
Absolutely.
The second of the best.
In Europe.
In Europe.
Although I believe it's ranked number in the murder rankings, so they are a team that to be 24 minutes, 20 seconds. 60 quad bit jam as per pound for the Quadfathers.
Juking back and forth, fixing pads, and he's now at the front of the pack. Recycle to the back of the pack. As 60 quad bit is doing his way to the front.
Trying to make his way through, but just hit hard, laid
Sent
into
to the ground.
I believe that hit was Temikow. As we're counting back up, though, neither team are getting a minute in. We do not have an initial pass cleared, and we do not have a lead jammer on the dash. That was for down skater there. He picks up about 50 seconds of this. Some points. 60 quad bits, still not able to get through him his initial pound. Worn out. Oh.
He looked like he used a lot of his energy to make that initial.
He had to put in a huge amount of work. Rufo going to the Derby Tennis penalty box for the Quadfathers. As many points.
Track is going now, or excuse me, going the wrong way around the track.
Going on. Jammers getting high, so both teams have to just continue to go backwards and burn the clock. Yeah, ends up being more advantageous.
Yeah.
The Quadfathers still putting on the board there. 1-70 the score. 2 minutes 15 seconds. Got a little bit of backwards skate there, being called by the rink.
Blackbeard on the jams. Quadfathers starting down one blocker, standing in the penalty box. Little zigzag through Quadfathers skaters as it picks up Quadfathers.
Blackbeard completing Brandon Scherz away in the pack here. Front Brandon Scherz on the board there for the Quadfathers. 151-72 the score. Minutes 20 to go in the first half.
Chapin jamming against at her. Penalty box is empty at the start. It's 21 minutes left on the. Dark Matter in the mix at to the inside of the track, now makes his way all the way to the back, right behind Chemical.
Pack's positions have switched here. Quadfathers up in the front. Dark Matter picks up lead him.
Woof. There's off to the left. Chapin his initial pass with cover. Matter calls off the. Finds an opening right on the inside of the track. Easily jammed for Jake Stankus is still in the pack trying to make his kids on the far side of the track, and dog 5 here. Nicholas Rage quickly makes his way to the penalty. Makes another point scoring pass, 5 more points on the board here. A conglomerate of whistle with move. Starting down one blocker. Making his way to the front right along that. Stays upright. Picks up lead jam for the Quadfather.
Great by Brandon Scherz staying in bounds and getting lead jam.
Absolutely.
For the Quadfathers there.
He calls up the jam after putting 3 points on the board for the Quad. to 75, 17 and a half minutes left on the Chapin jamming against 6. Teams have 3 blockers on. Bit sent to the inside of the track, and he is back at the back.
Looks like Espy's going to get sent to the penalty box for the Quadfathers. 60 Quadfathers break free, picks up fear.
Oxenfree back on and back in the Chapin. Just a short lead ahead of him, and 60 Quad the jam. And in fear for that last jam. And we've got 15 seconds left on the clock. 24 to 75, almost 100-point games up against Blackbeard on the jam. Fathers start down 1 blocker. We'll be standing in the penalty, ready to retake the track. Blackbeard stopped at the back.
Trying to grind his way up at the front of the outside line, gets through, gets the Quadfathers.
Did it, stretching out the pack, bringing the tiny out to the outside zone, and he is back in the mix for his first point-scoring pass.
And good job of holding on his initial pass.
Yeah, more of that for this entire.
Blackbeard does manage, however, completes his Stankus calls off the jam after getting 5.15 minutes to go in the second half.
He symbolically wiping his arm across the front of his helmet like, oh my God, I finally made it.
He may have had maybe it was just sweating.
That's possible. It looks so it seemed like it was symbolic. Brandon both fighting quite feverishly. Brandon Schur's picking jam for the Quadfathers. Dark Matter's sent to the track is now making it back to the back of the pack.
Penalty box, I believe, on a for time and fear. Giving skater, I did see the signal. I thought it was on reanimated gift, but it.
Dylan Schur is off for a forearm call.
3 picks slam for the Quadfathers. 174 to 85 score. And Schur calls out the jam. 13 and a half minutes to go in the second.
174. Line opposed for the time being, and Duck Mass along with reanimated GIF. There's Tynan blockers lined up at the pivot line. Chapin with a couple hop skips and pops out. Oh, from hard matter. Calls off the jam. Laying
the two about it afterwards. 174 to 85 still to score. 12 minutes, seconds to go in the second half.
Stand dog line. Quadfathers down 1. Jam. Stankus now the same inside line. He's now at the front of the pack with Tom stretches up. It's in the mix by reanimated GIF. Was
4 points on the board there for Stankus. 4 team in this jam so far. 89 the score as Andrew gets another 4 points on the board in fear.
Dog with another point scoring pass, 4 more for Tyne and Fear. It's making it look easy.
Board here in this. Dylan Schurz has been, I believe, sent off on him to see him skate off behind us. So, taking an early shower, I do believe he is on 7. The end of the jam. 10 minutes in the second half. 91 the score. Ezra Pound, the Quadfathers, going to be doing this for Tyne and Fear.
Ezra Pound engages the Fear blockers, juking back and forth, making the best attempt to get through. Not having much luck so far. Wu off to the penalty box for the others. Joined by Rue far behind him.
And Moo for Tyne and Fear. Jammer as he lead his initial pass. They're not booing here, folks. They're saying moo.
The moo.
180 hop pick slam for Tyne and Fear. Officially cross 100-point mark as Ezra Pound sits in on the ground. Waits for an injury here. Looks like we will have checking out. Hopefully everything's okay. 200 to score, 8 to go in the second half. As our medical staff checks on Ezra Pound. I'd like to remind everybody that a clock is going. Montreal men's Royals taking on the boys roller derby. 3 o'clock we have game 4, which is going to be the New York Stock Exchange and Guardians. We'll have the winner of getting on the Race City Rebels, and then game 6, our final game at 7 p.m. We'll have Stock Exchange of the Guardians against the winner of Montreal the Jersey Boys. Potential matchups for day 2, but I just get to this point. Official timeout being called here as tends to Ezra Pound. Hopefully it is nothing too serious. Doesn't look like he is doesn't appear to be severe. We will get things underway once Ezra is 10 to 2. Again, 200 to 90 the score, second half.
Now made his way to his feet. Seems reapplied his
track under his own power. It looks like they may get some assistance. It looks like there's something. So again, hopefully nothing too serious, and hopefully later on in the day.
And 1 record so far. The Tyne and Fear's 4-2 record. And those are all, of course, sanctioned bouts. Schurz on the jam lineup against 60 quad. Sportsman like hand any of this jam.
That's 33 in the half. 90 is the Tyne and Fear.
Bobby Brady and Graham Espy, the only stage jam for Time and Fear. Bobby Brady, the penalty box for the Quadfathers. He's going to be joined by Rufo. Brandon Schurz hits again all the way back to the beginning of the pack. Quad bit calls off the 4. Score now, 7.5 minutes left on the clock. And jamming against Blackbeard finds an opening in the middle. His throw picks up lead in Fear. On the inside of the track, up then down, now back up his initial pass as 5 more points go on the board. Fear. Blackbeard makes his way through the pack.
As Blackbeard gets 5 points, Chapin getting a set power jam.
Yeah, Chapin picked forearm.
Time and Fear, they will be advancing in the tournament. The winner of the Shock Exchange and the Cleveland Guardians. So they'll be kicking on the Race City Rebels.
Barnabash on the ground, slow to recover. That's the end of that jam. He is back on his
18-point jam there for Time and Fear. 5 minutes 45 seconds. We have a team timeout being called by, I believe the team. Looks like they will be doing an official review. So we will have a break in 5 minutes 45 seconds to go.
Like sponsors, Taco for having the finest in Rome, New York. I've tried them all, and we'd like to thank Taco Del Mar.
I think Turn owned and operated. You can visit them at turn.com. And we'd also like to thank the Beaches Inn and Conference Center, who will be serving alcohol for the tournament.
Pull over at Dippin' Donuts. Pretty awesome coffee and donuts in the Rome area. Famous for like those Boston cream donuts. Absolutely to die.
We wouldn't recommend Dippin' Diet. Any others, however, highly advised you go there. Surgical Associates of and Middle Settlement Road, Hartford. We'd also like to thank in Rome, home of the award Riggies. Also like to thank Cakes Are Up, 30 East North Street, and Burn Dairy and Easy Grocery Shops. Review's still underway here. Gonna get word on the review in just a minute. It is complete. The score, Time and Fear with the colors, 5:44 in the second half.
Towards the pivot line as we wait for to
Looks like Brandon Dark Matter will likely be on cameras for the next jam. Here's the official activity in this jam.
is creeping ever so slightly upward.
Looks like Ezra Pound is still being attended to, so I do not believe looks like he will be leaving this. He will return. Again, 2:19 score, 5 minutes 40 seconds to go. We will be getting the remainder of your way.
Chase Dark Matter is going to skate. And there's the jammer whistle there. He better now the pack for his first points. Finds an easy
call through the play stand, and Tynan Fear will.
Chapin sends off the track, brings them all the way around the track back to the big pack.
Chapin did start off as jammer. However, it doesn't look like he has. Does he have his hand?
Do not see it. This is kind of an unusual. Oh, there's a tank to the.
Here.
Do not see.
There's a helmet cover.
No. Don't see it on the ground. Is it in the penalty box? Somebody is called off the jam. Quadfathers. And Dog picks up lead jam for time. Stankus stretching out the zone, makes his mess. As Dog has now made his point scoring from the bench to pass for Tynan Fear.
Stankus still trying to complete his initial pass. There's Tynan doing a good job of holding him back, as they have done all game. This gets wiped out there. We get out to a close. Jams. You know, you of these teams, you're not going to want to try and squeeze in that extra because you have at least one more bout in the.
Moose stays inside line, getting it out of the top, putting 5 points on the board for Tynan.
The official whistle bracket. Great game. Quadfathers did their best to hold the quality to shine, and they ended up winning the game. A sizable 257-96.
Gordon here with Gay Fox.
That's the one? Yeah. Hello. Good morning. What time we're on? I'm trying to recover from the time differential and I'm all over the show.
How when you speak, you can hear your partner. Actually, I get a pretty good echo.
Yeah.
I don't hear you at all.
So, do I adjust those ones?
Can you
Not brilliantly.
hear? All right, well, the game started. I wasn't paying attention, so to the action. It looks like we got Robertson, and we got our first penalty. Heading to the box. As he makes his way through the apex. Push that on the outside by run him back. That happened.
Meanwhile, Jam's been released from the bin. So I believe our first jammer out, but not in a scoring pass. Scoring pass either.
Yep.
Now you can hear me, but I can't.
Number 0 through picking up 5 points for Montreal. Robert Bralson finally at 5 points of his own. Over, so I think Bears heading to the penalty box for the Jersey.
So we have Scooter Magoot for the Jersey boys. King size. That makes more sense. That's much better play for Montreal men's roller derby. And we're setting off. And Jersey. Scooter Magoot taking lead.
I like watching in real life. Now look at Scoot Magoot jamming.
Yeah. Jamming and scoring points. He's already on, I believe.
Montreal.
Inside.
Good beards on that lineup.
Yeah, man.
Scooter's turn on the gas. Getting slowed down by out on the outside. It looks like we have a cover. Tank grabs the jammer. Jam gets called.
Yeah. I'm not hearing you very well.
It's tough on broadcast.
I like a bit of reverb. Make it more dramatic.
The bad part is at home everyone hears it and it's normal and they're like, what's going on with these guys? Jamming for the New Jersey boys.
0 L10, right, Montreal. So switch around for the last jam. With scoring points. As I said, of course, Jersey gets
Bobby runs up past the ref there, El Tenant calling it off. Points. The 25-1, Mount Royals 12.
Yeah, that's a curse and a half waiting to happen.
Looks like Robert Bralson back on the line for the Jersey boys up against KO on Montreal, which is Jumper Cup.
KO's out and lead. doesn't quite make it. He's forced back to the back. At the same time, the jumper cut is out. Beautiful swimming hand.
It's Robert Brawl. Jumper cut heading to the box for Montreal. 5 points for Brawlson. 1 minute left of the jam. Robert Brawlson takes a hit on the outside line. Care Bear heading to the box. Five-point pass for Robert Brawlson in the new.
Begins that to clear for goal. Block on the track, which is always gets KO3.
Jumper cut hits in for another pass on Bill. Looks to take his outside. Heading back to center. Just worked him out to the corner. Bringing him back into Robert Brawl.
And Jam getting called off after 2 minutes.
Point for the Jersey boys. We're looking at 22-17. Jersey boys roll their team timeout. It's difficult for me because in the talking, can't hear the whistles and the calls. This is the penalty. I'm in the trailing vote. Want to slow down.
Everything is much slower.
So that's the second for the Quadfathers. Lost to Tynan Fear. You play for them.
Game, really enjoyed it. Quadfathers.
Did you have good travels over?
But I think that's typical Manhattan. I guess. But other than that, it was good. On the wrong side of the road, obviously. So Scooter Magoot, VR6.
Yep,
Jersey
jamming.
boys.
Door Viking size for Montreal. Steps gets Thor. Lead jammer. Scooter like still on his initial pass. Saturday heading to the Montreal. Scooter Magoot's out. Viking size sees coming up, calls off the for Montreal. At 34, 20 and 43 seconds left on the clock.
That's the important bit. That doesn't have to be.
Nope, that's the public view. We're just not watching it. This is what the live view is.
There you go, see. Just check.
Actually, it took one. Now I can hear you.
Okay.
Looks like we got a full ball to Montreal.
This is Zhukov, number 63, is that what it is? Yeah?
Yep, that is right.
After that, the Zhukov.
Yeah. There's no Earl.
Another M4 as well, so
Tanks, a few bears.
Yeah.
We had a dog game. You got a dog.
Sounds like a roller derby children's book, doesn't it? Well, maybe not the tanks, that's like. Never mind, get it on.
Face off, we got Scooter McGammon up against Jumper boys. 34 points on the 25, 20 minutes. Up, I can't sit. Dude pulling lead jammer for the Jersey boys. 3. Starsky heading to the box.
And Jumper cut is out as but not lead. Beautiful swooping referee hand signals.
Smoot, 4 points on the board for the Jersey. I had a feeling this was going to be a tight game.
It's looking that way for sure. It's kind of, yeah, it's good.
I heard you guys put a big beating down on Shock recently.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Or at least a lot of big hits. A beating. I didn't say you won. Just said a beating. Good.
The floor is the most unpredictable my entire life.
Where did you play?
At Gotham's practice, a very nicely hosted late night game for us, and it was absolutely brilliant. Really good.
Who else will you be playing before you go home?
We're going to play.
Okay. That's Maelstrom.
So that's the sort of towards the weekend. And another team I've completely.
Alright.
We have a rogue toe stop on track, which I think is.
And there you have it. Alright, we got a panty pass. Poppy handing it off. Starsky dealing with the red.
At the back, holding the player at the back with the 3 ball. Trying to split the pack on. Call that goating back in England. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Multiplayer block pops off. It's one of Max from here.
L10 is the wall of Jersey boys.
Push break Springsteen. Looks like Starsky side turn. L10 comes bumping in. There, 5 points for the Jersey boys. We got a multiplayer block to number 50 on Montreal. That's Buddy Ollie. Another 5-point pass for L10. Boils up to 40 points at the end of that jam. Jersey boys 2. Jersey boys at 40. Boils 46 points. 17 minutes period.
Apparently Box has seen some pretty heavy rotation from both these teams. Judge.
Did you have a lot of penalties in the last game?
I think it's always interesting when you have different ref crews in different countries. They're watching for slightly different. They've gone to different boot camps, different penalty calls, and
I'm sure you're accustomed to gameplay depending on how the crew calls it.
We'll say yes.
Yeah. Stay out of the box.
Yeah, we'll try. Forces out. The lead is going points. Oh. Is that a bit better? Yeah? I don't care about. If I get a penalty, he's heading to the bin. Just thought he got a legal block, but
for the Jersey boys, 15 minutes and jam 9.
So, relatively low scoring game so far. It's been quite tight. Long jams as well, especially for men's roller derby. There seems to be lots of double jammer hits which have made 2 minutes.
Buddy Ollie heading back to the box for Montreal. Lieutenant pick for Montreal.
Just one left to beat. He does so. This is Lieutenant. Is that all 4? I think it is. Yep, scores all 4.
4 points for Montreal. The Rev heads to the box.
I think he was trying to waste a bit of time trying to clear the box out. Really useful as opposed to sitting in the bin where they're much less so.
Alright, we got Scooter Magoo jamming up again. Jersey boys lead and lead jammer. Scooter Magoo out. And it looks like Montreal just Goot's heading in there. He looks like his call off thingy to working this morning.
7:03 smash catching.
Montreal 44, Jersey boys 53-13 the first period. Up against Robert Bralson for the Jersey. Right to the end, takes a there on the line, and L. Tennant's out of there with Lee Griol. Hop skipping a outside, done it. Poppy pulls him out into the back of the off the jam as Robert Bralson just makes it out of his 5 points for Mount that one. Jersey boys 53, Mount Royals 49. 12 minutes left of the first period.
Jersey boys to their advantage. I think we have one in the bin. They're trying to place the skate helmets when everyone's sat in a line like that. 4 on 3.
Takes the inside line up it, picks up Lee G for the Jersey boys. So good. Oh, big compact there. Looks like back block.
You hear that hit the.
I could hear that. Yes. Viking size, not lead jammer. We'll see a full 2 minutes on this. Three wall of Jersey. Pack stretch out to do a little helping hands.
5-point pass to Viking size. 3 on 3 pack.
That's home pulling up to the front of the.
A huge hit as well.
Bears found his seat on lap. They're trying to rub his back on a tree.
Scratch off his bark. Yeah. Our first lead change. I think Mount Royal now 54, Jersey boys 53. This game so far.
And another 5 for Viking size. The Rev heads on over to the penalty box. Got and a forearm of the Mount Royals. Lots of penalties in this jam. We got one off.
Rev? Is that who you're looking for? Oh no, hang on.
71, that is the Rev. He was sitting in the box for the call on 6 for the Jersey boys. That was for Miro heading to the box for the Jersey boys roller derby. 58 points on the scoreboard. Mountains 60.5 minutes left. Attack is right in front of me. Gonna take some. So we time take the win. There's that this season.
Okay.
First one was a 2-11. We took a loss to
7 to 30-ish. Yep, Viking size is out, so could be sitting for a full 30 seconds. Appropriately named tanks.
Viking side Starsky, and he's out. Dealing and Starsky on this pass. Forearm heading to of the Jersey boys. Harm, Belligerent, and the Emperor ball. Poppy's back in with a spin, takes a little hit from Tank, gets popped out to the outside. Back in and up on the in.
And that he'd drawn the cut, but didn't quite manage. Poppy throwing some huge that wall. And he is out. Happy to be out.
Very happy. Not happy. Viking size called it after picking up 4 points for the Mount Royals.
Minutes 33 left in this half. Clock ticking down. It'll be a miracle. 4 roll derby going on track. This might be. Spoke too soon. It's 3 on 4. Jersey boys down a blocker in the bin.
Number 7 jamming for the Jersey up against number 0 for Mount Royals. Eltanan up a cut just his initial pass there. I don't lead.
Looking It must just have been that inside transition.
And Douche heading to the box for the Jersey boys.
And the 6502, which is Grimlock.
Looks like, ooh, big hits. It does have.
That was Buddy Oli with a huge hit there. Yeah. 4-4 in roller derby. We now have 2-on-1.
Lieutenant's path. Only able to hang on for a second. El Tenant's out of there. 5.
Been clearing up a bit for the Jersey boys. They only have one player left in.
Eggs in the sky. And Jersey boys, 63 points. Mount Royal 6. Just over 5.5 minutes. Just as you think the Mount and pull off, take a little. The Jersey boys put a few more back.
It's absolutely awesome to see two teams fighting out and having such a close game.
Mount Royal's out of the pack, no lead jammer. The order to call it off, that's what he's done.
In the meantime, I think Pappy is.
Watching home, obviously, try to fill your requests. In for Mount Royal, quick with lead. It looks like the Jersey boys are sending their jammer to the box on a cut call. Scoop Magoo. Bin.
So I imagine his score is probably quite prolific. As a jam, he's had a few good jams for the Mount Royals. Sorry, go on.
No worries. Ooh. Big hit to Belligerent, sends him down. Now we got our full lineup. That slows it down. That'll slow a bit. Ball instead of the two.
For sure, yeah. So jamming back on for Jersey, being forced cycled by Tank. Tank simultaneously. We'll get some sort of shirt swapping thing going on at the after party on Sunday.
Starstigi heading to the box for the Jersey boys. El Tonnant with a 5-point. Bringing the Mount Royals. 91, Jersey 7. 3 minutes left of the period. And we got a being assessed. Number 63, Duke of.
Magoo not looking quite as sprightly, but as I said, of course, he springs to the inside and comes through and out.
Harmless taken. Calling it, getting that 1 point. 2.5 minutes left of the period. James Royals 96-37. Jumper cut taking the line up against Robert Burleson.
Two half.
Peck started at the pivot line. Burleson made it out first. It's right on his tail. Let's see it. There it is. 3 points.
I have to try and take a sneaker look at the penalty board sometime and see how we're doing, because I think a story of the penalties on whether or not they decide, because if they're up in the 5s and 6s.
Jersey boys. 9 boys taking a timeout. Quadfathers. Thank you out to all their sponsors: Bruise Skate News Company, Dress Derby, Cakes R Us, CNY Awards and a Skate Shop, and the
I think China Fear have headed back to use the ticket offer for them to miss.
so far the for men's roller derby.
Yeah. Using their official review, I believe that was in one of the you used to walk in and say, I'd like to request something without something completely fictitious. The referees would think for a while, and then you just, and now you use your official review as a timeout if you don't have an official review in the set.
No need to referees anymore.
Exactly. Which is nice. You can save your line for something else. So Elton on the jam line again. Been a pretty staple jammer for Montreal. And number 7 for the Jersey boys. For about 1 minute 20 left in this half. Game from both these guys. So that's really good. Some walling going on. And Elton out is and lead. They're still being held in the pack. All on Mount Royals.
Being assessed to send him to the box for Jersey. That's 2 of their boys in the box. Done it, found it. 5 more points. Nothing.
It looked like a referee was totally contemplating a penalty, but she wasn't quite sure. Deciding of, I think it was a forearm, was it a forearm? I think she was checking, but being called on. No? Don't know. 12 seconds left.
Jersey boys 70, Mountain Royals 101. See if we get another jam.
The Mount Royals finally extending this lead.
And that whistle.
So yeah, Mount Royals 101. Well, I think it's been the largest lead so far in the game.
Yeah. And then time to send Bear home with a win. But you got to specify which about here, because there's bears.
There are multiple bears, multiple tanks.
When in Rome.
Is that a hashtag? I feel like that should be a when in Rome. You should start it. Okay, we are. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, I think we do.
Yeah, they could.
The echo from beyond, just slightly to the right of me. So we are back. The Mont Royals versus the Jersey Boys. Mont Royal Curry in the lead. 1 to the Jersey Boys. The second home in. A wonderful NSO. Hello to everyone on YouTube. I can't believe YouTube allow you to do it. It's so brilliant. But YouTube don't perhaps, but that's not here.
Alright, S Jersey wants more. It's us.
Oh,
And score updates every.
yes, sir.
Got it. We'll try, and if not, just keep hammering on the comments. Maybe later we can scope. Sometimes with Periscope. You don't understand, everybody. The scoreboard stands in front of the scoreboard. They read it off every jam.
I don't find pretty girls that distracting.
I think you're running for the up against El Tenant for Munch would be pack. Must have got by him because he's picked up.
Brought it turning round. Approaching the back of a pack for a scoring pass. Elton's referee.
And that was Grimlock heading to the box. Just before for Mount Royals.
And the jam. So Viking on the jam line for Montreal.
Jersey Boys, his name was and gets tapped out by the side line. Mount Royals Viking picking up lead jammer at
Bit of a pack disadvantage. 4-on-2.
nice little for Robert Brawlson. He took a couple steps and got out of the pack for Viking size. Viking size puts up call it off motion and goes for just that as Robert Brawlson comes into the pack.
I think Viking size looks like he's skating a lot faster with that beard swishing. It's like added momentum.
Just over 28 minutes period. Jersey Boys 7, Royals 105.
Dodger Rabbit on the jam line for the Jersey Boys. And the jam staple for Montreal. And lead. Before the pivot.
Start for it, but El Tenant picked up.
Montreal seems to have up quite considerably and on track, which seems to have made all the difference. Always working on a rotation of a three in the bin. Had reduced packs pretty much every jam.
Rabbit getting all sorted by Montreal there. This is a tough jam. They're doing long and the jam is slow. The call goes out on a drive, puts him in the box. Just another
stop. Is that the same one? That looks like the same one if I'm honest.
That's a bionic, that's different.
This spotting.
Uh-oh, looks like it's a power jam. Jersey Boys jammer, Dodger Rabbit leaving El Tenant jam.
Buddy Ollie trying for some. Has spread out again. That was Bear with a huge hit on 247.
Starsky in the air. El Tenant is good. 5 points in the sky for Montreal, bringing them up to 1 Boys 70. 26 minutes left on the clock.
into the bin. Wasn't quite sure what for, but he didn't.
He doesn't care.
It didn't look like double negatives ahoy, but yeah. Oh, so snuck a look at the around half time as well.
Yep, I posted on Facebook too,
Oh,
so
there
if you can see the picture of the penalty board.
6. 5-0, Buddy Oli was on. But yeah, the other ones are probably close to fouling out. Be being rested in this half. So that's Jumper goes out and through, 5-point pass. Jersey boys signaling for a stop. Manuel cycling. Pivot is now the jammer. Pivot is having trouble putting the penalty. Is not going as easily as he hoped it would.
Uppercut with a quick, easy pass.
And they think it's couldn't care bear now has pivot and which one he wants to put back on. That's
Not enough time to put either of them on.
Your own pan.
4 more points on the board for the Mount Royals. Jersey boys 70, Mount Royals 44. Period.
And line. We have a bit of an official review. Check and penalties. Last jam. Oh no, there we go. We're just having a bit of a score adjustment.
There you go. So score reads Mount Royals 143, Jersey boys 70. 4 minutes on the clock.
As we said before, if you're looking for penalties, recently posted on my Facebook. Look at the board. That was the board at half time. You must be joking if you think I'm trying to run in there and have another look at the board in the middle. Robert Boylston forcing the inside, however, being recycled to the back. And with his, that's basically it. That nice little transition past the block on the outside, getting nice and low, harder to block. And out and lead. Robert Boylston is not far behind him. And a 3-point pass to El Tenant. 0 for the Jersey boys.
Jersey boys still at 70. 146, just over minutes left on the clock. For Montreal at the back door with and jamming up against Vikings. Thor. Burleson throws up, moves all the way out here. He is a lead jammer.
Transition. 4 Vikings.
That's right. That'll put them out 50, Jersey boys 7. 22 and a half minutes to
I think the declaration from South Jersey there, maybe, because whoever they are has just. These teams playing with the shortened roster. I realise that one team playing with 11, one team. I feel like it's something before. So, jam line against Scoot and Magooch, a lineup we have seen quite before.
Uh-oh. Into the penalty. Walk in with
They call letting him go. Sensible thing. So another penalty may well be his, should be his 7th.
Let's see here. The pick of the penalty right on the Mohawk Cup page. So if you go over there and
Tulette, who's just picked 5-0.
yeah, looks like that.
That was number 5-0. That was Buddy Oli, who is also on. now leaving.
So this player from Montreal, 2 players up against Jersey boys.
Surrounded by the bits of less to go. Mont Royals, even though they are lower in play, still in the lead. The wall seems to be better in this Upper Cup. Jamming for Montreal. And all the nines, which is Robert Broad. Jamming. Not the only people. Also an English referee. Was refereeing very recently at the Men's European. So Jumper Cup still working. Wall.
Robert. At the back door, 4 wall hanging onto him tight. Looks like in place, not quite.
He's forcing outside work. Well, Paulson being forced to the inside.
Belligerent pops door, bringing it all the way to the back.
Montmoyles with some big hit. Robert Paulson it fall. The EMT stands looking really. I think he's all right. Very tired.
Yeah, earned those 4 points in the fall.
Yeah, totally.
That puts the Jersey boys up to 76. Mount Royal 52. Just under 19 minutes left of the game.
For this half. Yeah. And again. The entire pack's in right and an attempt to keep scooting. He is out and through on the inside line.
Stepped out on the scoop, managed to find a hole. Lieutenant's out. Greased lightning here.
And now the packets.
Apex looking to call it off.
A big hit from Tank forces him to the inside. All these things, because I guess you have to live up.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
So that was 3 for the Jersey one, and I believe those Jersey boys now and Mount Royals. 17 minutes and left of the game.
He's back on again. Whether they couldn't, but no one else wants to jam for Jersey. King size jamming for Montreal. The inside and then recycled by Tank. King size.
One last hit from Harless. It's like Scoots out of the pack. Everyone went out of bounds there. No point for that player, but he called it off. 4 points for Montreal. Time out, Jersey boys.
The best part of 17 minutes left. First by. We've got it down as the Mont Royals there. Was it the Jersey boys? It's flashing on the board for the Mont Royals. But the NSO is in the Jersey boys.
All I heard was timeout, and that's all I had.
So? Timeout, white team.
I love your guys' voices. I wish I was into the feed right now.
So yes, scoreboard has been updated. That's all right. Jersey boys bounty timeout is now flash. Rawson stepping up to the jam line for the Jersey boys. El Tenant barely been off the jam line from Montreal.
He's got some words for El Tenant.
Seconds. There's a. Well,
I don't think the jammers heard the whistle.
No.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. That happened as well. There's about the period. 16 and a half now. Minute 44. Pack around the track. Robert Brawlston is out in lead. Working his way through the Jersey boys. Jersey couldn't care. Starsky forcing to the outside. Starsky picking up a high.
Yep.
Yeah.
Line calling off the jam, picking up 3 points. Jersey Boys 82, Mount Royals 1 under 16 minutes left of the game. We saw Jersey Boys pick up lead on that last one. Goot jamming for the Jersey Boys again, up against guys.
Off the jammer, acting a bit like a fourth blocker. Now up front, fighting with the wall. Scooter Magoot with a cheeky little transition to the inside, tries to pass, but doesn't quite manage it. However, he jumps through the inside tank, and he is out. In the meantime, 19-0 the bin for Jersey, so that's. I'm not allowed to.
8:08 home for New Jersey heading to the box. 4 points. Up to 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I imagine these last 15 minutes. Is that our first sweat mop-up we've seen? Mopper-upper track, doing a brilliant job necessarily, but entirely incredibly sweat-filled derby. Derby, small rooms, polyester, 4 layers of padding, sweat so much. And then we the other thing, isn't it? We just is it going to be beard on your face? Yeah. A 4-all for Montreal. 1 player left to beat for. Altenam beats him. Huge hit from Tank. 116 refusing to let Tank recycle. Robert Bolson taking, but he is now up in the pack. Season coming through the inside of the Montreal wall. That's El thing.
Lux speed here.
Who's showing some early. Tank with a huge. Yeah, I'd stop going towards that shoulder if I was Robert Wilson, I think. That's and then the jammer as well.
It's pulled out on Altenan on that one. Robert hits in this jam.
He is, and keeping going. That's the key. He's taking huge hits in a row. He is 08, which is.
Has it now. He is running on that inside line. Takes a hit from Tank, sends him in.
Nice watching of that inside line. Time.
And jump. Looks like he picked up a forearm call on that.
Clear.
We've got another whistle here. Clockwise.
Zhukov, 63.
Jersey Boys, 4 points for the Mount Royals. Boys roller derby at 86. Royals at 184. 1.5 minutes left.
Very well. Both these much required breather. They're slightly limited rosters. Ever shrinking rosters of skate seems to be.
Let's see.
It's looking like Scooter Magoot and Juppercut are going to be taking their place on the jam line. Timeout. Referee's just having a nice little. It's not an official review, mind, but they're just having a nice little chat. Quick, we haven't enough photos taken. Act natural, act natural. Forgot to suck in the stomach.
I like to throw him the little sexy eye.
Did you carry around the sex just in case? 3 walls.
Actually, 4.
Small. Occasionally it looks like there's only 3 of us on track. 4 arms penalty for 9-1. Is out. Oh, sorry, not jumping it.
Scoop moving with now 4 wall.
Yeah.
Out on the inside. Scoop, but he landed on the inside.
Yeah. Couldn't catch. The boys, when they're walling up, are doing so out and scoring points. It's a 5-point pass. For Scoop. In this period.
Takes the cover for on the pass. Over 11 minutes left. We're looking at Mountain Royals 184 to Jersey 85. Century mark. Boys heading back out to the line up against El Tenant. It's off camera. Robert Brawlson's rocking some now. Took so many hits. 2 jams back.
So Saturday with some nice recycling action. Forcing El Tenant. Typical little transition, sees him out. Jersey player ahead. 1-6. Belligerent. The tees that we have here are just going
A possible high block.
He's on a knee and talking. Good son.
Something to eat right now.
Aren't they like the worst thing to eat when trying to talk on a microphone? You think soft.
Gotta do stuff for the fans.
I'm not quite sure who it was. Is he okay? He seems to be skating under his own speed. It looks like. Well, whether someone may also be on 7, but they have to have taken him out back on Royals. Scoot Magoot fighting up this back wall. Working his way wide. Viking size is out and Scoot.
Penalty. Forearm.
And the ref signaling us ahead towards the bin. Brilliant.
Viking side. Air Bear 1983 for the Jersey boys. Pulls on through for the 5-point pass.
Heading to the bin after that. Direction of game plan.
Fast footwork for the hit. He did.
5-point pass. Second of the jam.
Jersey boys, 6 minutes left of the period.
I think
95, 8.5 left.
Sorry about Brawlson getting broken last year. The nice people on the feeder are suggesting we don't try and make Brawlson again. Like, did he?
I agree. He did.
Yeah. So I'm sure. Because there are some very huge hits getting thrown down.
He's back out there in lead,
Yeah,
so he must be feeling.
Yeah, he's far behind him. Scoring pass. Working his way up the inside. Sadly before his jam. Liv, I guess we were playing tennis. It's currently 2:03. Boys on 95. It's one of their penalties. Mount Royal. Ooh. So they still have 2, but I thought they used one earlier on. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps it was just an official review. So an official. Is someone leaving the bin? That would be my. You doing? Is what time? I feel. Don't you know what time it is anyway?
I bet. Look outside the door here. There's still sun.
Oh, we're good. So it's a review. So we're still just in the middle of an official review. Jersey blocker stood in the bin. One stood in the bin. And it's sacked, but got 3 blockers on track. So a player who. It's all good. Yeah, Montreal's currently Jersey boy. Maybe a bit of an ask. 100 and something points and 7.5. It's rolling.
Scoot wedged himself in there in front. Looking for that inside hole. Starsky's filling it in. Inside and lets Scoot pick up lead jam. Jumper cuts out of there. Back behind, it looks like Scoot some points. I saw him eyeballing that. Looked like he made the jump. Like Scoot put 4 on Jersey boys. Mount Royal's 2:03, Jersey boys 9. And 41 seconds left on the clock. Robert Burleson looks for Grimlock's holding him in.
Wasn't up El Tenant. Or at least they were doing for a while. Oh, there's a pretty good push that ball pretty far.
From a 2-3 wall back to
the out front. The out of play call, let him go. Starsky in the meantime is heading to the bin. So reduce that 3.
Nice hit from the Rev, puts right out on the outside. Brings him to the back of the pack.
Montreal on the wall. El Tenant
there. Rawson looking to get with it. It makes it all the way to the front of the pack.
Managed to catch him.
And then
a soul crush. Soul crush. Sounds better if you had a bit of like dramatic voice to it, doesn't it? El Tenant leads. 5 foot scoring pass. But hasn't done anything with it. Roger Rabbit isn't actively looking to take the. And the Mont Royals pushing their score up to 223 to the Jersey Boys 99.
4 minutes left of the game. We got Vikings jamming up against Scooter Magoo and I'm out.
Which you have a wonderful ranking. Look on the internet. Someone's
You guys got that ball.
We do. Yeah. For the same sort of big yogurt on my face that I'd eaten half an hour ago. It was just sat there.
I bet the boys were.
Cheese is heading to being it's Chuck. Which is 71.
Rev. It looks like it is out of here.
Okay.
Looks like maybe. It looks like the Duke.
The Monk was down to 3 blockers. Viking size and Scooter McCoot on the jet. We have about 3 minutes. It's got 4 minutes left. Yeah, really can just make his way. Was forced to the inside. Having said that, he did a beautiful cut the inside line. Vikings back.
Jam for the.
2, 3. Is it 83 or
63. That's the Duke serving. Yeah, he's serving for.
But that must have been Royals 226. Jersey boys. They're about 2 minutes. We're currently on the blue team timeout. Which is New York Stock Exchange Guardians. I don't know if they had the pleasure of playing New York Stock Exchange. Very good into the we were getting changed to the this the Hydra.
Nice.
Shit, don't tell him. Oh.
That.
It was well protected. Guard dogs and everything. It's fine. Fine.
It's probably a decoy.
Oh yeah. Weighs a I don't know what. You couldn't skip away with it lightly. It's a scrap now. That's like yeah. So we had a timeout. Official review being Mont Royals. Gonna lose it, I guess.
Mohawk Valley Cup 2013 took on the Trauma Authority in 2012. They took a win on that one. 230. There's 204. Jam.
So Robert Bull. I feel like
He did that good.
we get Jersey. Jersey. Leave. Viking size being sent to the bin at the end of the last bin. He's now.
They wanted to track while calling off.
So Viking size start
Penalty. They will not be assessed an additional call.
24/7, which is Saturdays. I guess a 5. Any, even though he's managing to catch.
The boys were looking for an illegal call, and it did. Five-second call. Rabbit jamming it, wedging himself in. Can jumper cut.
Was it an out of play? Power jump for Jersey.
Boxes from Jersey boys going to the box. We got emergency from the box.
Going on these last minutes.
Smith heading to the box. He stays in. Nope. That's a cut. Dodger Rabbit. Box. The Jersey boys. To the box for Mon.
3 on. 2 on. Players are on. 3 for Jersey. 4 for 3 just coming out of the bin.
Montreal keeping you there.
Period clock is over. We only have left in the jab. Jersey do have no time left on the clock. Just having, oh, I did that far too soon. 2:45 to Matt Morrow. That was a 19-point jam for Lieutenant. And 5 Matt Morrow, 1 boys. That was an unofficial card as per. So the Mock Royal to play the winner. exchange versus the Guardians.
Well, I got to give them high.
So I shall also start off. Maybe about 20.
So we're. I believe they also have Pope somewhere out there.
All right, howdy everyone. This is Chasm. I am here with Gay Fox. We're about to announce Guardians going up against Shock Exchange. Quick rundown. Here representing number 0 Field, number 125 Malcolm Sex, number 14 Molly, number 17.
I reckon. I think
right.
It sounds good. Yeah.
Number 20 Abe Drinkin, number 311 Otter May, Jonathan R, 65 Paul Funyon, number 33 F Carnage Osada.
Cleveland Men's Roller Derby. We have 0, which is London Moore. Number 1 is The Alchemist. Triple Pope. All the ones. Change the numbers.
All
really,
the ones.
Have one. Number 26, Kenny Cloud Kicker. Number 5 is 52 is Cal Hell. 60.
You got this.
Okay. So we have a 1 for the start. Slight problem with lists of teams. We only got one between the in-house. Otherwise, somewhat unexpectedly, Jonathan on the jam line. Stock Exchange going on all round. And I bought a slightly for a while. Plushy Fever. So we have M0 on the jam line for the Guardians. Just trying to see whether we had a different roster. So we're about to go. So M0 with a rather enthusiastic start. That was in fact the whistle for the jam. Enthusiasm though, right? NSO 0 with a strong hit in Jonathan R to begin with. Jonathan R, however, is out front. And a more Brunetti. Has left to 2 blockers left to beat. Jonathan R is out after some nice through and lead. Reese Monkey has moved his cover. Bit of a star stash rather than a star pass, I think, currently. Oh, we now have a star pass. We have a star pass. Glad I've got my teeth in.
And you're going to recognize some of these names on the Cleveland Men's Roller Derby roster. Kenny Cloud Kicker. Got to get it right. Quads.
Okay.
I feel like every year in one way, shape, or this Mohawk Valley Cup is started.
An enthusiastic attendance.
That?
An enthusiastic.
Yes. And Brunetti also.
So
usually
Brunetti.
seen here. Yes. She's usually.
Oh, okay. So Brunetti with a nice move was cycling Jonathan R to the back. Jonathan R. Another scoring pass, however. So it's to the shot. That's Grease Monkey, who was pivot and took the star pass. Cloud Kicker, not Grease Monkey. Being sent with a big hit on some nice offense from the shot. Abe Drinkin with a good hit to the outside. Bring it off.
Another skater that you recognize from wearing the star for the Shock Exchange. Kenny Cloud Kicker still in the box.
Carnage, I would suggest, is a slightly more aggressive jammy. Jonathan R likes his contact. Wednesday we realised that he's big. He's really good.
All right, Cloud Kicker in some type of. Oh, it was a back block. So Carnage just ought to skate unopposed.
Shocking mass offense. In there and Lobo goal out of play. 11, which is Alchemist, heading to the bin.
Two jams in the up 55 to 9.
Striker is out with his best going pass.
30, Knuckles.
And I am Havoc. Number 275 for Shock Exchange.
Starting up by the quick work on the inside on turn.
With an outside and inside offense move it.
I am Havoc. It's field. He's eventually out of play. Gets
the bin. Is it 47 or is it 42? Is it Jeffery? I don't think we announced the 47 for Shock Exchange, so I'm not quite sure. We'll have a check.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I see what you mean.
Either that or my thing, and that's quite a possibility.
Tell by the socks and the left, definitely Sammy Dangerfield.
Yeah.
But you're correct. 47.
The Cleveland Jammer still in his initial pass. Shock Exchange with some relentlessly walling, while that offense that they're so good at. Jammer through at the same time as holding up the Jammer.
Block being assessed to 5.
So 23 minutes left on the clock. 7-point jam. Evans. I'll have a that would be nice. Jonathan R on the jam line for the Shock Exchange. And Grease Monkey. M0.
Grease Monkey gives Jonathan R a little push to the outside. He's also pushed out. They're both back in.
Still working up the front. Change holding the wall at the back. R is out and lead.
Takes what looks like a flying jump back of the Shock Exchange.
And then heads to bin. Was that what that? Is that that's the open curtain of insubordination? Is it? No, it's there. So Jonathan R on a power jam. Not an idea.
Jonathan R just really bouncing off of those blockers. One right after lined him up and took him.
Going to the outside. Brunetti managed, not quite managed.
Cloud kicker being sent to the penalty box for the Guardians.
He is out of the bin. Being Blatic. Another scoring pass with 70 jam. Go back for a recycle. Watching. Some good block change. So we're currently at 1 Shock Exchange, 0 to the Guardians. Passed. That's a weird way of saying 24 minutes left, really. Yeah.
Jasada for the Shock Exchange against Knuckles for Cleveland. Carter Jasada through lead jammer for the Shock. Knuckles getting knocked down hard to the front stretch.
I think that was Abe that forced him out. I wish people. Abe's now shirt, isn't he? I think that's, yeah.
I was actually surprised to see Abe. Connor Jasada's going to get around kind of last line in the defense.
Which is Malcolm Sex for the Shock Exchange. A one-man walk on Knuckles.
Knuckles with a star pass over the Shock Exchange. Off to 52.
4-point pass off. Guardians calling a timeout.
So the Shock Exchange, no stranger. They've been here every year from the start. Let's see. In 2012, the Cup they finished. They won over Mass Maelstrom. 2013, they finished 755. That was a fantastic game. Last team taking on the Mass Maelstrom again, winning.
Cleveland Guardians timeout. We have number 11, the Alchemist, on the jam line. Being a bit enthusiastic once again. The whistle that's not the whistle that starts the jam. It's good to see they're so working outside and inside.
Turn 1.
Number 4.
Sammy Dangerfield, he does.
Time Havoc already looking like he's using up some time. Thinking about the clock game. Blocking crew of 3. As our shot. Cleveland's pivot is in the bin, which doesn't necessarily make sense. Who is the pivot coach?
Hanging back, trying to figure out if this is what they want. Looks like it is.
Wilson Goose monkey to the back. Power pass. Cloud kicker was out. Bisexual calling it off. I hope that's how we.
I think it's gonna go with a solid yes.
I'm blaming you.
Okay, thank you.
So 8 on the jam. The first time we've seen Junior, I think. I feel like I would recognize the pink trousers.
Oh, exactly. I'm looking for field colors and all the prints.
Jonathan R, however, while we were on, is out through and lead.
Junior's going to get knocked out on the front stretch, backed up to the line.
Yeah, Kembo Slice is so fast at the cycling, it's unbelievable sometimes. One player knocks them out, another player runs back for the recycle. When I say beautiful, playing against it is.
As a spectator, you can sit back and appreciate it.
Jonathan R using Kembo Slices a little, push him up the inside and hit pop round him. Jonathan R, all the meanwhile we're talking, is on his 4th scoring pass. So he's currently on 15 points.
Junior gets knocked to the inside. Mullen Brando to the penalty box for. There we go. There, Sammy Danger picking Junior up.
And R skating backwards, being recycled, reassessing. Even Jamis still on his initial pass. And that is time. It nearly makes. So we are currently on New York Stock Exchange 206. Guardians 0. 5, right? We bring a team. Exchange. Points for effort. It's awesome.
You know what? Guardians will be a series of hard hits forward and for the Guardians. Just sought us out. The initial pass. course, the shock exchange.
Limit the damage. Definitely. I am Havoc on the jam line for the shock exchange. Cal Hell coming up against Kembo Slice. I am Havoc in the meanwhile is before.
Just under 12 minutes left. Half.
Currently 2:18 to the shock exchange. And 0 to the Guardians. What about 1,000,000 points for effort? Huh?
If that's how it
Yeah.
the Guardians would be. Sexual picking up lead.
Coming to a wall of Kenny Cloud Kicker. Kenny Cloud Kicker, however, picking at the same time.
Sammy Dangerfield being sent to the penalty box for New York. That's the Derby famous penalty box. Knuckles is going to get it backed up. 2.
Number 11, Alchemist, with a bit of a, I think, a late block on the block, so he's been sent to the bin. Being stopped by a wall even, of I think a terrific amount.
For 25.
Nice offense by number 67, Tank Lloyd White. A bit of an official review, that's it. Also set up a jammer of the previous jam. So the jam for the Guardians is starting for a 30-second penalty.
This bout of
It's a little piece. That's I think the shock exchange line.
block. So Jonathan starts on a.
But yeah, so shock exchange currently a 28-point jam so far. As I say that, he completes another pass. Cleveland 2 with shock exchange, and especially not on a job.
So it looks like Knuckles was just out of the box at the end there, so that's up Bernetti.
And number 5, Dick Whiskey from Cleveland being sent to the bin for a cut. So Cleveland starting with 3. There he is. He's get some jamming practice.
3.
Dick Whiskey. Yeah.
Not number 14. It was number 14.
5.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if I need the first name.
I think that just sounds right. Her initial unsuccessful.
Try and give Brunetti some offense. One of those players. Sex manages to draw the cut. So Kembo Slice almost. Is he? Has he? Oh, Kembo, but not quite.
All right. 4.5 minutes left to go. Exchange 7, Guardians 0.
But still working their socks off, it has to be said.
All right, Carnage Asada out there skating unopposed right now. All 4 block Guardians out on the track. Problem though for Carnage is going to take it and pick up lead.
So we had the pleasure of playing today. And our nicest, biggest balls trying to slow Carnage down was
basically left wide open for Carnage. She's going to take it without a problem. Gets to the outside, another 5 points. 4 points, Brunette.
So Brunetti may be looking for chipper one with a. So chipper one was Pope. So Pope heading to Jeffrey off with the White working together. So push Brunetti. Even trying their best to stop. Number 13, Samuel Jackson, is on track. So Brunetti for a bit of a star stash, taking the panty off. As now, I think she's passed it to Samuel. Meanwhile, in the meantime, we are now on his 39-point jab. Jeffrey with some offense. 14. A 49-point jab. That's a high-scoring jab. So it's 376 for the Shock Exchange, 0 to the Guardians. Half. We are.
I Am Havoc is up, number 275 in white for the Alchemist for Cleveland. I Am Havoc lead. Getting forced into a cut, he'll be sent to the penalty box. That's the Derby famous penalty.
Pretty sure he felt like he'd made it out. He was there. He was fine. Currently standing in the penalty bin. And someone has been.
Yeah, Alchemist makes his way through. A hit from harm's way, but does so without the star.
Just to add to his list of woes.
I Am Having seconds left. Actually calls it off on a even for the Shock Exchange.
Oh,
to 403.
Oh, changed it. That's just mean.
Right, so that should bring us into Shock Exchange 403. It's at nothing.
But working hard.
Really.
It is important to say they're not just. And these things you have. Your team is a. I mean, it's Shock Exchange.
All right, so we've got the for the Hooligans and Fathers. They will be the game at 5. So off for a be back with the second half of the Cleveland. All right. Are back again.
So we are Jay Fox announcing we have New York Cleveland Guardians. New York Stock Exchange currently on 3. Get to score.
Blue skating away with the star on his.
That's the wrong way.
All right, so I also see number 11, Alchemist, star in his hand, who is in the Derby famous spin, as you call it.
Indeed, yeah.
Looks like then number 47 for today, Sammy Dangerfield, opposed to start the second.
And we are off.
Sammy pushes through the ball just around turn 1.
And number 20, who appears to have changed his helmet just to confuse us. I'm sure he doesn't want. Cleveland Jammer is out. Kemba and Abe drinking for Malcolm Sex now blocking. The outside, cut track penalty, however, being called on the Alchemist.
Picks up that penalty right in front of the penalty box. He's going to pick up 5 on that pass. He's on the board for 19 so far.
Number 20, Wyatt, one of the Cleveland blockers. Back with him. Alchemist is out. Both sides out of play.
Big roar. You know, kind of a roar.
Yep.
Guardian their jammer through. Sammy to call it off.
Does indeed.
For Grease Monkey in the blue, both jammers automatic getting.
This will change into the inside, switching it up. Grease Monkey left behind and through.
Yeah, really kind of took that outside position and then just rolled over the back of Grease Open.
Grease Monkey do some nice little footwork on the inside. Abe drinking, having none of it. Malcolm sets for Grease Monkey.
Then Malling, who pushed Kai Section, looks like he's going to pick up a penalty for that and being sent out. Penalty bin.
Currently on his about to start.
So Grease Monkey.
Has he stashed it or has he passed it? Stashed it.
Brunetti's the pivot, yeah.
They're playing a game. Now apparently is basically what's going on. None of it, I'm just blocking everyone.
Looks like not gotten that star yet. She's still kind of in the mix.
Trisexual scores 5. The jammer still in the.
Grease a breather behind Chef Exchange wall.
Taking a bit of a tumble. Grease Monkey is. So Cleveland getting out.
Getting some up his skates a little bit. I know it gets slick out there.
Mm-hmm. It was quite nice early on this morning. I can imagine it's got a bit less traction.
There's get it clean.
There it is. There it is. Mr. Sheen out here, Mr. Sheen track career.
All right, R for the Guardians this time around. Jonathan R, who's on scoring pass. Out of the pack.
Call off sometime soon. Oh, Junior getting close. Didn't manage to fool Jonathan R. It looked like he might do. But the start on the jam line. On this half. Up against 0. Wally. Change forming a really strong free wall straight away.
Carnage is going to pick up lead jam exchange. It looks like he's going to find himself in a power jam. Mauling being sent to the box.
Palms way with some nice. Tried to clear some of those Cleveland blockers out the road. Jeffrey coming back on. Released. Set free. Into the wild.
Carnage the inside and backed up to coming up against that same wall. Finds his way through points. London Mauling out of the box. Sitting in the Derby famous penalty box with the star on his helmet. A power jam London.
If ever there was a chance to get some points, now is a they're going to get. Kembo slicing.
Standing. Seconds left. Slice takes a seat. That'll be the end of the jam.
Able to score a point. What we call pretty perfect power defense. Defense. Try and be best American. Defense.
Well done.
Number 8 on the jam line for Cleveland.
The time he was out there trying to break up the shot.
Without offense, the jammers.
On his tippy toes and self around, Havoc's going to on turn 2. You're just getting shock exchange, not much help. Kenny Cloud kicker comes in.
Just Cloud kicker to beat. Out and through.
Nettie given a helmet under the junior, that kind of hanging back.
Few heavy breaths. Quite understandable. Junior being forced to the back of the pack by number 9. Now there's 2 minutes. We're currently at 29. 18 minutes left to play in this half.
Up next at 5, the Quadfathers taking the both of those teams playing earlier. Philadelphia Hooligans losing to Race 6. Quad taken out by Tynan familiar with them or not.
Guardians having a stretch. They do over there for sure.
It never hurts every now and again. Stretch to your back. I think now.
I'm out. Game. So we have Grease Monkey up again. Team Bisexual for the shock exchange.
If we get the rollover on the back, he's gonna push Bisexual inside, back him up just a little bit, and then take on the wall.
Bisexual with a bit more help from the offensive shot. He's got Aaron lead. The back.
Greasy Monkey is taken off fully who he is, not letting him get forward. The pass is forward to hold the Guardians to nothing. Shock exchange 35, 17 and a half minutes left to go. This is a pretty official.
It was. Silence the whole crowd.
Up against Kenny Cloud, kicker.
How much of Jerry? He's tending to be in the pack. Kicker holding back. Dragon Sex is going through in the shock. One person left to beat. Marcus Sex going down. Cloud kicker is passed. Being chased down by Marcus Sex. Very. I can't do it. Cloud kicker, very impressive his performance, and I was trying to say.
Shock exchange, off and on Mohawk Valley Cup. So someone who's kind of their game.
The sneaks through his wall, doesn't at all. He's cycled. Active the star on the floor.
Please pick it up. I'll thanks.
Referee standing right over. Very true. First of all, shock it seems to be, but only when they're sort of below the height. Tell you about this big men. They're using their entire body to their advantage, and it clearly works.
Those situations where Cleveland got their eventually. Jonathan R. forced to call it off. Picks up 21 points, bringing the shots left to go in the second half. London Mauling in blue for Cleveland. Jasada in Shock Exchange.
Shock Exchange in the inside line and clear for. Best to squeeze through.
Yeah, everyone leaving the inside wide open. Carter
trying to get managed, but not quite managing. Another 5-point pass. Forces it into the middle. Shock Exchange really trying their best to mix up everything as possible.
We see the star come on for it.
No longer has it.
This jam definitely seems like all of the skaters out there are just kind of focusing on the Cleveland jammer. Leave time.
Subordination. No, not insubordination. Brunelli.
That last jam bringing the shock exchange to an even 600. Have to go in the second half. Cloud kicker working again for Cleveland, going up against Havoc for the shock. Junior sitting in the Derby famous penalty box. And Knuckles. So that'll bring Cleveland down 2 blockers right now. I am Havoc through with lead.
He occupying himself with both the Cleveland with a smile on his face. Possible low on number 67. Thank Lord, right.
The penalty box on a cut, I believe. Havoc through for 5 points.
Apex jump. Susan bypass the
Well-timed, coordinated effort by Cleveland kicker through on his initial.
I'm Havoc doing that. Knuckles being told to reapply his makeup or his number, depending on what you want to call it.
Called. I like it.
I think it's new. I think I just invented it.
I like it.
I'm going to thank the slushy. Sugar-based inspiration. So
right.
bisexual number. Is up against Cow Hell number 52.
A second time out there for him. The star for Cleveland.
Hit for number 17, forces him to the outside. Cycle.
A star pass made to number 11, Alchemist, but sent to the penalty box. That's going to leave Kai Sexual out there all alone. Shock exchange.
A heavy offense in the shot. Who actually just choose to leave, which is just fine, and gets 5 points. Some nice. Gets Kai Sexual through again. Some good work before, so we've only got a minute left of this jam, and they managed to hold him down to only. Grease Monkey with a big hit forces him to in. His own players. Blue NSOs.
Hope John all the left let Kai Sexual go. Star pass from Shock Exchange. That's going to be.
Yep. Who is quite frankly motoring around that track. Being forced to the inside. Cleveland acting like a wall. Big hit to the inside. Looks like he took a bit of a hit.
All right, team time. 4. 8 minutes left to go. Up next week, the host taking on the Philadelphia Hooligans. Each of these teams played early. And then at 7, the boys taking on, more than likely, the Guardians.
I suspect you may be right. But this is roller derby. These things. No.
All right. Penalty box is empty at the time, so 5 on 5.
So Kembo, his pass is worn through. Brunetti fighting away through the middle. Showing to keep those arms tucked in. Stop those multiplayers. Out and through again. Poor jam referees have done it today, haven't they? What's holding up those points?
All right, looks like Slice going to take a big jump, picking up, coming around to the pack again, 5 this time, 4.
Slowing down. Shock Exchange has really kept the pace of his pack. Big hit from Morling on Kembo Slice, forcing him to the in, but he's fast cycled.
Brunetti not really much past turn 2. At this point, she's taken off the.
Nobody reaches, I think.
Right time, Kenny Cloud kicker.
A huge hit. Way through. Flash. Calling it off.
5.5. Go second half. Shock 87, Guardian 0. Junior in blue up against R in white.
Both Steve.
Slams up a little bit for his jam. Junior gets knocked to the 1. It's going to be a power jam. Jonathan R. Jr. being sent to the derby box for a cut.
Good hit from number 13, the Cleveland pivot. Samuel Jackson. Force Jonathan R. He's back. Steaming forward again. Ghosting from number 11, which is Pope. Keeping him at the back, keeping that pack as. The Magnuset's going the blocker back. Nifty inside out. Junior still stuck at the pack. Sorry.
Go ahead.
A 39-point pass, but that's only a 44.
Looks like his skates got tangled up with automatic right at the.
So 3:11 left. On the jam line, all is Omnio.
We'd spoken a little bit about the score differences and checking flat track stats. And early Stock Exchange beat Capital City Hooligans by 758 points. March, New York Stock Exchange is 731 to. With 2.5 left to go, they could be beating themselves, or if you will.
A PR or a PB?
Personal record.
So Junior is back on. Dash. Looking for him, however, Carnage. Working his way.
Or has gone off to Cloud Kicker.
Yeah.
take some points off, be safe.
Mooring head the last few jam.
Sammy Danger for the Shock Exchange in white, up Monkey in blue, 4 left to go on the period clock.
Grease Monkey star off. Forced to the in by Malcolm. Onion, however, is the one who ran back. Abe's try and catch the jammer if he does make it through and past. Some big hits on the outside. Still starless. The pivot pattern. And a low block, which is harm's way. And meanwhile, Grease Monkey has been recycled to the back. Big hit on Malcolm Sex. Malcolm Sex on Grease Monkey even, but Malcolm Sex getting a high block call. Or was it blocking Sex?
Are so slow and methodical. That's because the time ran out on Cleveland Guardians, nothing.
But you've got to give the Guardians all credit for trying. Work. Yeah.
And a great bit of some, haters, a couple quads, Connecticut Roller Girls. Couple extra players, a team who had to back and making the tournament and over. Philadelphia taking on Race City. Defeated Quadfathers, defeated earlier today by a time. Alright, so the final score is 765. That wraps up this game. I am Alota Stark with
Doing it next. So yeah, thank you very much for
Alright. Later.
Yes, you are.
I can't hear anything.
That's because I'm not on.
Oh. So I'm just randomly talking and you can hear me.
Can you?
I can hear you all right.
All right.
I'm echoing to myself though.
All right. We'll have Blackjack fix this.
Oh, thank you.
Is it normal to get a little bit of
No.
Say that again? Okay, and turn it down on this or okay. Yeah, just turn any of your controls anyway.
See, I can't hear myself. Can you hear
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
that?
All right.
I apologize with our microphones here. Doing.
We're getting things underway here. Philadelphia Hooligans. Philadelphia. Brandon his initial pass.
And right now,
Kodomar.
he made that one look easy. Right on through, taking on lead. Chapin still trying to get through.
He muscles his way through, gets off the track a little bit. Jam.
Try to keep that on field.
We're joined here by expert analyst Alotis Sarkis.
Yes, coming all the way from Virginia to visit us in wonderful downtown Rome, New York. I like that name. Yes.
23,
Yes, that's right.
75 degrees right now in Rome, New York arena.
And Graham Espy is taking to the box. A player block. See, I have to be penalty box.
This general is
To the box.
he puts 4 so far,
Yep.
and he was really to follow out of like he did in the last one. Jam line for others. Up 25 track.
That was quite the push there by Dave.
The big Slambino.
Calls that jam off. Looks like number 4. First Ratchet's going to take the box for a.
Yes.
Yep. Well, we got.
So the Hooligans are going to start down 1 blocker. There's the whistle. Chapin goes to the outside. Grosso through the middle.
Good job from Bobby Brady and.
Looks like Ox.
Yep.
With Johnny Grosso lead jam for the Hooligan.
A little chant.
Jake.
Good blocking
Jake Stank.
by both.
Oh, you're fine. Jake Stank is sent off to the outside of the. Stank is familiar with a few of those players. Some of them served on the team as replacements who played here last.
Yes, I was going to recognize them from last.
Slam. Pretty good matchup so far, but 23 minutes left. 15-8 for the Quadfathers. Slow start. The whistle. Start.
Wow, you know,
Bobby
it's
Brady.
Derby.
Yep. Addition out of.
Looks like couldn't figure out who was going to do it between Dad. Let's see. And B-Shares calls that jam right off. For the Hooligans, 2 points for the Quadfathers. Going to give us a score of 10 Hooligans. Minutes and about seconds left in the.
Chapin up against Johnny Grace again. Penalty box.
Yeah.
I see a recurring theme that jammer whistle goes off.
Yeah.
And then the Grasso picks up lead jam for the Hooligans as he emerges first pass.
Cappy two. Little trip to the penalty box.
Quick 4 points and out for Johnny.
That's the end of that, man. It looks like official timeout being called. Sorry, not an official timeout. Team timeout. There's.
A timeout officially.
It isn't official. Just not an official.
Exactly.
Little done.
Yep, we know exactly what you mean. Record for this year so far. Their season 1. It's the year was that? Do you remember? Years ago? Like up. Mass Maelstrom Sweat Exchange.
Yes.
Stankus, General so fine once again.
He was ready to go, but that was just saying timeout over.
Everybody falls for that. General so fine in the back of the pack. Is zigzagging back, find an opening along the outside line. Oh, sent to the ground by his good buddy Yosemite Slam. He's up front. He pops out, picks up lead. Quadfathers points on the board. They're 9 points behind right now.
Yes. And come out of the box. 2 went out for the D-Shires. Blocking it. General so fine.
Move, little by Jake Stankus. Makes another point scoring pass for 5 points so far.
Ball by Grandmaster Brady.
Thought he was untouched, but he picks up hits. He emerges not too far behind General Sofine. 5 more points on the board for the Quad. 15 in that jam for the Quadfathers, bringing them in the lead now with 25.
Yes. Looks like we're having a decent siege this year. The 5th annual? Is it the 5th or the 6th this year?
That is a good question.
No. 5th. Oh, well, you know, right, it's the 4th. P&G's a little off her game, but this is why Alode is here to correct state facts.
Brandon Schurz emerges, picks up lead jam for the Quadfathers. Hit dad just from his initial pass, and now we've got jammer action to eat the baby. Yep, Brandon.
And I think that was he.
So Uncle Dad for the Hooligans, it looks like. Bringing our score now. An aggressive right down the middle up against those blockers. Dixon Free and Bobby Brady. Last line of defense, Grasso.
See Chapin there, you know. He's good, a great jammer, but he's also a pretty decent blocker, so. Looks like Jake Stankus and Uncle Dad on the line for this jam.
So Johnny Grasso could very well be their secret weapon put in back, and he is consistent picking up lead jam. After trying in the middle, Jake Stankus right on the inside line, round to the back of the pack. Now being sent to the inside of the track, he's in the middle of the Quadfathers blockers, picks up lead jam.
Dick Move tried his best to keep. He was making sure, I believe, called on it because there was no pack call.
4 points and out for the
having the yawn day, I'm probably going to have to go lovely food sponsors and get myself an ice. And I'm not a drinker, so I'm really tired.
I've had my fill of coffee today between Dunkin' Donuts and Brandon against number 0, Johnny Grass. Couple hammer hits. There he is, Tommy Talbot with the last hit. Begins.
Good Brandon there. Looks like you got it there when you through that line.
Nice by Dylan Schurz. This Johnny Grasso forces him to call off the jam. 0 points. Either team that jam.
Yes. Of course, after 14 minutes left in the first half, I've yet to see Dylan Schurz. Go be wrong. He may have gone once.
I think he went without it. 14 minutes left. Fathers 27 hooligans. Chapin picks up lead jam. Quadfathers going to get some relief and put some points on the board to give him some room to breathe.
Two-player block being called I'm calling him Hef, but I
That's
believe it
perfectly
is
fine.
Hoffling, the Quadfathers one.
Medic.
Score 30.
Yep. Medics were up and out of their seats, clutching to the possibly. It's up against John. It's through the hooligan blocker. There he is. Johnny Grasso's picked up lead jam again for the
and we've got, looks like T.I. and Jake Stankus. His money there, not letting him.
Yep, and Johnny Grasso. Nice hit by Bobby Grasso off the track as Jake's.
That was a little taking the cover off his helmet, and then he said, nope, I'm going to put that back. It looks like Jake Stankus was lead because he just called it.
We'll go to the instant replay.
Yes. We got B Dad on the line for this jam.
Everybody's dead.
Yes. Just a little
Small
over
family.
12 minutes left. And it's 1-3-32. Close game.
Yeah, this has been a great bout so far. Very evenly matched team. Tommy Talbot wins. Brandon Schurz hot on the track away, and he's trying to close that spacing. Pack is picking up a few hits, and Uncle Dad calls off the jam. Picked up 1 point. We got a timeout for the hooligan.
It looks like the Hooligans, this is their first time. Actually a tie score. That one.
Yep. 1.5 minute clock.
Doing a great job their first time at the Mohawk Valley Cup. Again, great big thank you to the Quadfathers this tournament. Woo putting this whole thing together. So great and giving themselves and beer. Great. Internet land can't have a nice cold beer. Well, you can if you can go to your
Area for housing all these come in from all over the world. We've the Quality Inn, the Hampton Inn, the Wing.
The Beaches.
And the Beaches, of course, who is serving beer today.
We also have some people staying in the Rome Hotel. I was told it's clean and it's cheap. It's the job done. So.
And then we have 2 weeks old. I think it's almost brand. Our General's so fine, jamming up against.
As of yet.
Looks like the Derby famous penalty box. And that looks like, yep, Dylan Schurz is up. Pass from General Sofine, 3.
See, now, I still like to call it a pass, but now everyone likes to call it a cover pass.
It's in
I still like panty pass, but, you know. Oh, it's getting sent to the box. Cut.
An obvious advantage. Not on the heels. Boom!
No,
He's
actually,
making speed coming around the track. As soon as he got within the zone, just hit Speed Tree off the track.
Actually, this is Speed Tree. That's why, because there was the cover pass.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, some flying hits. And Speed Tree calls off the jam. 15 points on the board for the Hooligans. 48-33, 9-minute clock.
And now we have an official timeout being called. And I guess you could say the cheering section over there in the
That is
turn. I guess you turn 1, maybe turn 2. I'm not good at. It's over there. Wonderful work by doing some track maintenance.
Yep, we all guys score just a moment ago, and now we've got a 15 in favor of the Hooligan. And if you weren't aware, Philadelphia's sanctioned appearance at the Mohawk Valley.
So then I got my statement that this was their first time being here. The first sanctioned appearance was at the Mohawk Valley Cup. I haven't announced a bout in so long. Looks like, were they here or were they there?
May 3rd.
Yeah.
Jake jamming for the Quadfathers up against Johnny Grassigans. Johnny Grass side of the track, quickly recovers. He is not leading. Jake Stank to save any point score. Eight to 33, 8.5 minutes left on the clock.
And looks like we had a little bit of carnage in the middle of the track there. Fatal exception quickly before the
Brandon number 20, Uncle Dad again. Brandon Schurz easily lead, but Uncle Dad hot on his heels behind. Screen the pack. Brandon Schurz picks up quick 4 miles off the jam. Looks like Johnny Grasso. Uncle Dad.
Now, for the first time, we've got Ezra Pound, Ratchet. First time for both of them.
You may recall Ezra Pound got beat up a little bit in the first quad today.
Oh, against Tynan. I was not here for that.
Ratchet dishing some hits back. Ezra makes
balance there. The Pound trying to get through that line. Looks like Ezra got a high from the quad on that high blocking.
Yeah, there was a little bit of zone involving 2 of the Hooligans and Ezra of the Quadfathers.
A little under 6 minutes left in this. Yeah.
For Dirt On and Off Light.com. And donuts, like we said before, for providing donuts and coffee for us here at the Mohawk Valley Cup. Do a great job over there, make some fabulous donuts. Also in Westmoreland, New York, I'd like to thank the Seymour's Wild Hogs Barbecue. We're on State Route 233, just off the Thruway. Thank the people at SinCity.com. Derby owned and operated since the beginning. We choose ethics over convenience and truth over popularity. In the Derby world since 2005.
All right. Exclamation point. We received that the man you call will stay as it stands. Will stay in the box for that. 8 out of 20 lead jams, and the Hooligans have had 11 lead jams, and 4 jams have been the Hooligans.
Oh, okay, so in case you missed it, John was heading into the pack. Entire Derby box emptied out, which included Ezra Pound, Dylan Schurz. Dylan picked up a forearm, and Ezra Pound is on his way back.
I really now for making the comment early in the game that Dylan Schurz had no penalty.
The master of another on the board, and it's done speaking. Back on the track. Bobby Brady with a hard hit in a sea of orange right now. And he makes his way through 5 more points on the board for this. Quadfathers are going to have a tough second half for this bout.
Yeah. But, you know, you can't count them out yet.
Bound up against the hooligan blockers at the front of this pack.
You can see it in his face. Trying like that line. Good lines that the Hooligans have. Very good walls.
Hard hits from Dylan Schurz again. Johnny Grasso's out. 4 more points. Pass.
And Dudley Durong is being sent to the box. Whoop. Oh, and Ezra been sent out of the game. Nation fighting the call that the ref was. So it looks like he will not be running for the second.
Oh, it was initially a track cut, or is he just a minute? Or correct?
He might be getting an extra minute.
30 seconds possible.
Okay, so he got 4.
All right. Jam line unopposed for the time being. 3 seconds left. Score 6 over the Hooligans. 36.
Pretty much going to be power jams upon power jams.
Points on the board. Uncle Dad lead jam on his first pass. But hard hit to the floor from. He recovers. Now we got Brandon Schurz and at the front of the pack with a on the board for Uncle Dad. He calls off the jam.
And no point. Well, that as Nurse Ratchet steps up to the line and Ezra Pound. This may or may not be our last jam.
On the clock. Nurse on a for the time being. There's the jam whistle. Jam all up on the pivot. Bobby Brady, Brandon Schurz. Last line of defense. Fathers and Oxenfree heads back to Quadfathers bench.
Ezra Pound is back and he passes the beaters.
Good move.
Cover pass, yes. I don't think more penalties there.
No. Depleted most of back jams. Very difficult and very exhausting.
So we both being reviewed. Everyone gives everyone a for a breather. It's not warm in the arena. but it's as cold as it was for.
Comfortable this year. 77, the Quadfathers. 1 minute and seconds left on the clock.
I'm sorry, whoever wears my ears.
Last, let's see, we'll just thank a couple of our sponsor people over at 5 on 5, Women's Flat Track Magazine. And them at 5onmag.com. Also like to thank the people at Rollerbone Roller Derby Equipment. You can find them at .com or rollerbones.com. Out of Goleta, California. At Rollerbones.
Yeah. Also on Grove and Cafe Domenico right out here in Utica. Family of Mean Squeak from Central New York. They have snacks. Bagel Grove donated us some bagels to this year. Yummy bagels and cream cheese. Tony's Pizzeria out here in Rome.
Right on Black River Boulevard.
Yes, they make
the Tony's Pizzeria Greens.
Yeah, they're their pizza's pretty good. They're feeding our workers this evening with some pizza.
Big fan of chicken riggies, and the Teddy's Greens are always good.
Yes, we did have, for lunch, they did have Teddy's Riggies. Some Seymour's out on 233 in Westmoreland.
And I think I had some of those deep balls as well, which really fabulous. Marinara sauce, those on the side, these chicken riggies.
Yes.
Outstanding.
Mel Fire does really the crew. Very good. She did the balls, and Magnum Joe helped out as well.
So on the jam lineup against Stankus. Hooligan in the Derby famous.
Looks like the official reviews, they were requesting a called on one of the others. And after reviewing and talking, the officials have decided that there will be no high block called on and no action.
Jake, some fancy footwork right along that in line, easily makes it through the lead jam. Johnny looks like he's a cover pass, and it looks like he has done so. 24, and Timmy Twitch is now jammer for the. Jake Stankus sent to the ground in the middle of the pack. Points on the board for the Quadfathers.
And looks like 15 seconds will be the if they can get their act together here and get this out on the line for the last jam of the half.
The referees
look more from the Quadfathers in the so
halftime it is.
They're gonna run. So we will catch you back here in a little minutes. Grab yourself a drink at home. Take off your socks. Take off your socks while your socks and your feet sweaty. So make yourself comfortable. And,
if it's snowing out, the dog in.
Yeah.
You got time.
Yes.
Wherever you are. In case you're in the northern part of the Netherlands or something, listening to the feed. Little minutes.
All right.
All right, there's the things underway again. Half of the Quadfathers, the Philadelphia Hooligans.
Yes, and while we have a couple times, they had one star pass by Jake Stankus and Lee Jammer.
Little fancy footwork does a nice job of staying upright and inbound. Picks up lead at the back of the pack for his first point scoring pass. Does so and calls and the Quadfathers. Johnny.
With his good buddy Aaron Chapin.
Oh yeah. Looks like the Derby famous is empty.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say I'd like to thank the Beaches for providing.
See Chapin's name. I don't know why. He reminds me of her.
He was dancing.
And he is not happy.
Track cut call for Chapin. Off. So skating unopposed to the inside of the tracks now at the back. They've got their goat, the pack. There is Johnny Grasso. He calls off. 28 minutes left on the to the Quadfathers. Nurse Ratchet on the jam line again. For the Hooligans.
All right. He ran into there. Apologized before I got in the back.
Lead jammer for the and everybody. Dylan Scher making his way back to the sin bin for an infraction.
He's probably going to punch to the arm. He's going to say I jinxed him.
Some Utica day.
Yes, they
served by the fine people at the Beaches.
Yes, Janine at the Beaches is, one of our biggest. She loves to come serve beer here, and we have a good selection of clubs, some Bud, some Labatt Blue, some Budweiser. We got a.
I always like to support our local brewery, the FX Matt Brewery, in New York, hosting some of the most Thursday evening. Thursday.
Like it shook him up. Him and Ruff. It was Zombicidal Maniac, and did a little stumble and bumbling, and he's going to sit these 2 minutes out.
Jake's picked up lead jam for the Quadfathers, but he was the second to emerge behind Uncle Dad. Immediately called off. Brandon Schurz jamming against Johnny Grass re-enters the track. A little bit of wreckage. Tripping. Dylan Schurz is the only of a Bobby Brady.
Bobby Brady. Reform is being called on. Know who they call? See anyone go over to the box?
No. Johnny Grasso points on for the Hooligans. So it brings our score for the Hooligans 40. Quadfathers stalled with 25 1 second. So it looks like we're going to have an official review. Our sponsor, 80 Skate, located in New York. Derby by Derby Skater, located at 20th Street in Chester. You can find 808 correctly would be 8.com. Thank also the people at Turn 2 Skate Shop.
I don't know if you can see Timmy Twitch's jumping jack.
Trying to keep limber, apparently.
Yeah.
The Turn 2 Skate Shop, you can find them at turn2shop.com. One of our establishments in Utica, the Tramontaine Cafe and Art Gallery. They're at 1105 Arterial Project. Very easily now from the Arterial, right over in got the hooligans chant going on here in the back. On the back, you can see them on the getting the chant going for the hooligans of Philadelphia. Chapin and up against Nurse Rat. Two Quadfathers blockers on the track. And 4 for the hooligans. Difficult for he gets sent off the and inbounds for the hooligans. Jacob finds himself a jammer helmet cover back on.
I have seen that a lot of teams do that. Have to give them a psych out and then put it back on. They're like, aha, sucker.
They get close enough to the pivot, they're going to hand it off. If hope to psych out the other team.
Timeout. So we'll take another here for them.
99-44 in favor of the hooligans over the Quad.
Yeah. We had someone on that. We had New York. Fun.
Oh, the best food, the best venue, the best beer. How did I?
Yeah, no, I mean, like New York is the bomb.com, I might add. Fathers in the last 5 jams, and the hooligans are.
Oh, Quadfathers need to put something together now. Deficit. Jake Stankus on the jam line up against Uncle Dad. Calling him Uncle Dad. It's a small family.
Almost sounds like some of the New York here.
I probably is still trying to make his initial pass as Uncle Dad is re-entering the pack. Point scoring pass.
Excellent by Fowler, Talbot, and and they're saying denied each and every single time.
Track cut. Stankus, he's off to this penalty box. The Bob and Tom.
No, but they did pretty good job holding them off there for a while.
Half Oxen Talbot of the Quadfathers. 5 points on the board for the hooligans of Philadelphia. 22 minutes, 45 seconds after the hooligans. 10 points on the board that last jam.
Well, we're going to start this off with one jammer. We're going to have Groff from the hooligans. And they almost made a total mess up there. Bishur's had the panty on his head while Stankus in the box.
Yep.
So glad that was caught.
Stankus back on the track. Negrasso reaches to the back of the pack after being hit off the outside limits.
But it looks like I don't see a.
Yep, he's out there. Johnny Grasso's got his, and they're both stalled.
And there it goes. If it's going to, it looks like Tree's got it.
Just in time to emerge from his initial pass. He picks up Speed Trees hot on his heels. Calls it off.
Not on my watch. No for this jam. And we timeout or a review maybe. I'm not official review. Like the hooligans call. Looks like Kitten is calling B-Shures over the 7 scoreless jams for the Quadfathers.
Not good. They're going to have to put something together. 21 minutes left on the clock to do so. As for the Beaches has been a wonderful sponsor. There's a hotel for some of the out of state, an after party tomorrow, and they also have an inn and Cop, which has a Sunday brunch from 10. They've got an awesome selection of brunch food. Loves the brunch on Sunday. So jammers are off. Insurers up against. So Insure sent to the inside of the drum, all the way back to the jam line.
And the official review was from the beginning of the jam. The penalty box was up. They wanted to have that called, and the refs decided action would be taken. So penalties were served, and was that call, yeah.
Moving along pretty quickly, just as the jammers are skating. Johnny Grasso jammer, and he calls off the jam just as for a point scoring pass. Dudley Durong on the jam line, if I'm not mistaken, for his first time jamming.
Yes. Yes, that's the first time he has done that. Well, first time he's jammed.
He's up against Chapin of the Quadfathers. There's on the track for the Quadfathers. All 4 back up to 4 for the Quad. Makes his way back onto the track. Chapin quickly zing the Quadfathers. Quadfathers. Uh-oh, Dudley Durong.
We have a power jam situation. I saw MSP. And good wall there by keeping Chapin back.
So fine now on the way to as well over to the Derby penalty box. 5 board for the Quadfathers. Any of these as they
Yes.
so far, bringing the Quadfathers up to 54. Still Graham Espy sending Pepe 2 skates over to this side, trying to make an Chapin, but sucked in by the rest of the Hoolies.
And this was the first power.
5 more points. Quadfathers. Dudley Durong makes his.
Looks like we have a buddy system going to the penalty box.
Yep.
Lambino and who's that?
Chapin 4 points on the board for the Quadfathers, bringing that. There's 3 for the Hooligan.
Quadfathers. Damn. 15 points.
They score now 120. Hooligans 62 for the Quadfathers. 17.5 minutes left.
Nurse Ratchet on the line. Looks Playing a little game, cat and mouse there.
Ooh.
Espy and Pound, Brady look like they're doing a good keep Ratchet back.
A little bit of wreckage there at the beginning of that jam. Sent 3 off to the penalty box.
Graham Espy track cut did tell him he was. So off he goes.
Ratchet makes a scoring pass
To the Derby famous.
Jake Stink is sent to the inside of the track. And he's now back at the back of the end.
Just came out of the boys are looking tired, but they've got to pull it together for a little over 16 more rather in this half.
Side of the track is now re-engaged at the back of the pack with those hooligans. He's on the ground. Up quickly.
Almost looked like there was a high block. Okay, it looks like number 420 J. That's a perfect name. For CNY, so obviously those numbers and names.
Uncle Dad for the kids.
Steve Miller, Talbot, and Ruffo. For the good team there. Good walls.
Brandon Scher. Yep, Brandon for the Quadfathers. Looking for an opening right now. Both jammers. Brandon Scher's right along that inside lead jam and is now engaged with Uncle Dad, hoping to get those Quadfathers back in front of him. I see and Joe Stever along with held back Uncle Dad.
Behind him.
Oh, Bob is there to initiate that hit to keep Wendell off his back. It's difficult 4 points for the Quadfather. 4 on the clock, bringing their score now to 66. 127.
Everybody in the crowd, they've had a long.
The famous penalty box is now empty.
For 50 points already. Half in the Quadfathers of 22 points, 18 from number 4.
Chapin takes a helmet, but doesn't slow him.
He gets smashed a whole lot. I mean, you know why? Because he's so tall. Gets somewhat low, and with every in karate chops. So
Johnny,
I may almost have to tell him. It looks like we're having a meeting of the minds here. As you can see, two of our sideline. I do hope that you can see that on the stream. Not sure how the stream is going. Sure, we could do some streaming here. So if you see them, well, that's what they're doing. Meeting of the minds.
2 points in that last jam for the hooligan. 9 to the Quadfathers. A little less than left on the clock. Brandon Scher is up against Uncle on that takeoff. Brandon Scher quickly picks up lead jam for the and Uncle little action which will pass.
Brandon that off.
Yeah. 4 points. Fathers calls off the jam. Hooligans are going to. Oh, it looks like Uncle Dad is box. Chapin is now skating up He picks up lead jam after a quick move. Quadfathers have a chance to put a few points as the way to the penalty box for the hooligan. I see 2 blockers on the track, and there is a third way to the penalty derby box.
And looks like there's
the Quadfathers have been waiting.
yes.
Just about empty as Aaron Chapin for the Quadfathers. He's up to 10 in this jam. They are 50 points back. Uncle Dad makes his initial Chapin loungingly calls out the jam. 3 more points for the Quadfathers. Score now 80. Quadfathers 130, 11 minutes left on the clock. Having a discussion.
Oh, see, this is a timeout. An official timeout. He's not timeout yet. A hooligan's timeout. As I hear them, hooligans, let's become a cheerleading coach for my cheerleading person in the world. And now I'm hearing my head. Oh, it's a nightmare when you have to.
Only
You'd
if
rather
you're as
be
lucky as you can have your girls grow up and be roller derby players.
Well, my daughter wants to play football, not be a cheerleader, but my leader. So
that's the perfect gateway drug to roller.
Yes.
Girls football. Absolutely, I agree.
I only said.
Stankus picks up lead jam, but he's got Johnny Grass. Both jammers moving.
Yes, it looks like the Quadfathers almost doubled their score in jams after being scoreless.
Yep. Picking up speed.
Without you, alone, all this wonderful, because without you and Harry Crum here, it'd probably be. I do have to say this is a more pleasurable experience, but I'm at least a little more comfortable than I. So.
Oh, you're doing a fabulous job. We're all having a great time here. We're also very happy with the first round here at the announcement.
Yes, I'm always.
Got the next round. Dad jamming for the hooligan. Ensures a little bit of wreckage in the middle of the pack, and Uncle Dad picks up.
He may have got one though.
0 points for others. And here's
10, the exact same.
that is quite possible.
Oh,
And footwork. Aaron Chapin for helmet pass over to number. Oh, it's Nurse Ratchet retains the helmet cover.
What that little move was, holding his hands. It's always awesome to see issue up their bloody nose and be like, no.
Now, if you're watching from home, from a car, if you've got Wi-Fi and you're lucky you. Johnny Grasso, big Stankus. Penalty box is empty. Stankus muscling his front, and to no avail. Lead jam. Speed.
Got a little faster to go racing.
And Johnny Grass the jam as the pack slows down. And
All right. Unofficially, I almost thought it was the end of the game, but we still have minutes and 23 seconds left.
it's Uncle Dad. Doing their best to make their way through. Brandon Sure sent off the outside track boundary. Is now back engaged with. Schurz picks up with number 420, Wengel, hot on his heels as he popped out of the speed to the ground. He picks up a forearm call, taking his off to Derby famous penalty box.
We have Ratchet again on the line. Chafin there.
5 o'clock, 1:31 for the Quad. Pitch sending Chapin to the inside of the track. Slam. Cracking there to greet Chapin as he rings hooligan blockers. Nurse Ratchet picks up lead jam for the hooligans. And Chapin utilizing that to try penalty box. Oh, I'm just going to skate. Ah! I'm out.
Yeah.
Initial pass made.
Feller tries to pull him back, and he's like, "You're off right now."
I don't know if you're a high def quality.
Yes, but you explained it very well. I in my mind, I pictured it.
Quite funny. Jake jam lined up. Number 0, Johnny Grasso. Jake Stankus right along the inside line. He is now again blockers. Joe Steve.
I never realized the competitions we have going on our forearms.
And collecting them.
Track cut for Jake Stankus.
Jake Stankus. Penalty box. The Derby famous penalty box for the 3 minutes, 15 seconds clock. Quadfathers. Hef, Rufo, and Oxenbeck, Johnny Grasso. No love. Hef off box. Stretching out the edge of the engagement.
You see a little, almost through a little bit referee call to make a call. He realized he's not in stripes right now.
The Derby famous penalty box.
I say that's got to be a hard for a ref and a player. Things get missed, you call it. They don't let for the penalty box.
Much as you would like.
Being called at the Quadfathers this May, 42-89. If they can pull this off, it might be a Christmas miracle. But stranger things have happened.
True. Slight mud in the JFK Arena. It feels like it's almost approaching the upper 70s.
It does, however, look like rain this evening, so break the humidity. Not looks like we have the lead scorer for the Hooligans is the lead scorer for this game.
Both teams job put points on the board. Uncle Dad jamming against Schurz. 14 seconds left on the clock.
I'm trying to do a great job to keep Uncle Dad back.
When Tom's show in full swing and trying to hold back Uncle Dad. Brandon Schurz very quickly picks up Quadfathers.
Getting a low blow and be sure fathers.
For much.
Yes.
Bringing their score now to 9 minutes and a half left on the clock. Chapin finds his position on the jam line. He's going to be jamming. Penalty box is empty. Ooh, hard hit for slam. An opening across that outside line, picks up lead jam for the Quad. And Johnny Grasso It's about a half a track behind. Makes his initial. Sneaky. Aaron Chapin finds an opening, puts.
Well, you know what? We've got 32 seconds left. There's a been called. You never know. You happen.
For the op one. 142. The Hooligans, 97 for the Quadfathers.
We've gotten a few. Not. All right, the Quadfathers back on floor.
Teams have blockers. This jamming against. Whistle. Uncle Dad hit sends Jake Stankus off the track.
Grabbing his mouth there. Shot to the mouth.
Him, Brandon Schurz, Tommy Talbot, and Rufo doing their best. Uncle Dad.
Of doing their waterfalling and line. Looks like we got him on Rufo.
Jake Stankus doing his best. Right in bounds. The outer limits of the mixes and Uncle Dad picks up lead jam, quickly called. As expired, we have a Hooligans 7.
Sarcasm for announcing rather, and we've got Gordon Skatefoot and Tim Foolery. Tom over there, and the official 142 to 97. The Hooligans. I think.
And we like to thank Piss and Ginger, who's thanking everybody else. Hooligans make their victory on the track.
Yes.
All right, we'll see you again top of the hour. The next bout.
Which would, I would assume.
Cleveland versus the Jersey Boys.
Yeah. And thank you, and good little break. Have a great evening.
Peace.
All right, and just like the last bout of today, it's going to Cleveland Guardians. First up, Guardians are going to pick up lead jammer privilege.
Got a green light. Something's happening.
Bear with us just a moment as we This time up, we've got Scooter Magoot for Jersey Boys, Knuckles for the Guardians. Points on the board. Point jam. Number 10 for the Guardians up against Papi. Papi on the outside, pick up lead jammer. London Mauling being the penalty box, back block. And Papichuleta also going to the penalty box. So we'll start jam number 3 on the chat. Both of them standing in the box. London Mauling out first, Papichuleta. London Mauling through for a lead. Going to call it off. Picking up 2 points, bringing the Guardian. Robert Bralson in blue for Jersey. Alchemist number 11 for Cleveland. That's front picking up for Cleveland. I believe that was a triple sow cow that he attempted for the apex. He's going to get back out to turn 1. All right, Guardian jam. Pick. Olsen picked up a penalty at the end of that. Brunetti out by herself for the Guardians. She's going to get pushed to the outside, just about turn 1. Comes back in, no pack called. She's going to... Now on her scoring pass.
You're good. Good job
blue. Alchemist in Alchemist taking it to the outside, getting pushed out, backed up to pick up lead Jammer. Scooter Magoo hot on his tail, forced to call it off. He's going to pick up 1 point. Number 8 junior in the green for Cleveland blue, Dodger Rabbit. Timeout. So while Scooter Magoo had jam second, where he picked up 24, slow and steady, racking up 2 points here. They're at 12 advantage. Good boy, blockers rather. Up line, slowly backing up.
I don't hear anything yet, but let me turn it up. I don't hear anything anyway.
All right, Alchemist.
Can you hear me at all? You probably no. She can't hear me at all either.
Jam. It might have been a
Is that
track.
the way it was working before?
So that leads Dodger Rabbit. My apologies. Out there all by himself. Through with lead. That's a 10-point jam so far. Just going to cull it off from the floor. Scored on that last, but they were 10 points. It's going to bring them up to the 37. Jam with and number 7. Dodger Rabbit. Not having much luck. Getting stuck up in the front. Roger on the backed up behind. He's going to make his way out, picking up for Cleveland.
At all? No? Nothing yet.
Good now? Okay.
Okay, good. Awesome. All right, technical averted. Kenny in the jam lineup against Scooter Magoo.
No stranger to have either skating odds or the replacements or Cleveland. Private skater.
He's a mercenary of.
There's a big difference between a mercenary, but.
Is that how that goes? I forget. I don't know.
An official timeout right now. Jersey 7, Guardians 15, 18 and a half minutes left to go. KO.
Get things underway once again. Magoot zigzagging back.
Fell path as cloud kicker.
Kenny right down the middle. A pretty fine job of it. Pops out, picks up lead jam. Jammer referee's doing her best to keep up with him. He's got hot on his heel. Points for Kenny and 2 points. Rectified all the penalties. I've heard that they had nothing to do with any. I didn't touch any buttons or anything inadvertently. Quad 9. Robert Brawls jamming Jersey boys. Jersey, and he calls up the jam. Poppy Chiletta, number 11, Jersey, up against for the Guardians. Poppy Chiletta picks up the jersey as through the pack for his initial pass. On the track, Poppy Chiletta called off the jam at points on the board for Jersey. Scooter Magoot on the jam line up against Kenny Cloud Kicker. Temperature in the arena has remained fairly consistent. Not Scooter Magoot picks up lead jam for the Jersey.
Also throwing his initial pass is Kenny Cloud Kicker. Jersey losing a blocker to the penalty.
Scooter Magoot calls off the J in 4 points, bringing the Jersey boys score to 51-7. Looks like the Guardians jammer is in the penalty box.
Penalty box, all right.
Famous.
Some cloud kicker was a that we didn't see at the end. Go through and never privilege for Jersey.
And both very quickly through the pack for Robert Brawlson.
Falls his way through the pack that time. Stop points though.
Kenny Cloud Kicker back on the track. Hits Robert Brawl side. Little posturing. Good sportsmanship between.
Multiplayer block being assessed to Jersey. I believe that's Ketchum.
Has made his way through the pack for another point scoring pass for Jersey, puts 5 more points on the board. .23 Jersey is Wilson. 13 minutes, 20 seconds left on their score now to 7. Of Cleveland to 17.
Hey, no, 2 big jams where Scooter Magoot picked up 21, right here picked up 23 and a situation. So they're doing a great job of holding on Jammer while letting their own through.
It's Dodger Rabbit. Junior sent to the ground. He's back in to make his initial pass. Dodger Rabbit sent to the inside of the track. On Mall. He's off to the 6th fraction.
Derby favor getting a little school, I think. Cleveland blockers. Douche Springsteen.
Junior's got a nose to the EMTs. Looks like we got a little blood on the track. 76 for Jersey boys, 17.
Last 5 jams, Cleveland has been held scoreless after they had a pretty decent run. Lead jammer 6 times out of 7, so a little special for them, kind of chipping away at the lead, and then kind of lost their momentum.
Splinter Eastwood from the floor volunteer here today, taking care of Junior. Doing a fine job. Minor. Nothing to worry about.
You know, it was like seeing with on it or something like that, because right there it speaks to a level of in our own right, but to have volunteers from the community who basically love the team so much that this is a lot.
Yep, Splinter Eastwood here on a regular basis. Our other men's roller derbies.
Had spots on the track. Pro search. Of course, the last of the night. We'll be back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That'll be the new change taking on the Montreals.
Of Beck, obviously.
You know, it's a weekend because after that, Tyne and Fair will take on Race 6 o'clock. The teams all winning their bouts earlier today.
That'll give them best up and championship bout tomorrow. Looks like we're just about ready to.
I think there's one more here on turn 3.
Oh, I see him over.
It'll be the next level of derby when you've got someone like Dexter or like a blood spatter comes in and assesses where everything to figure out what the play was and what the penalty was. So this is the 4th year for the Mohawk Valley Cup. We had the Shock Exchange defeat Indians 3 o'clock. Came away with the win 5-0. We'll play again tomorrow at 9 a.m. But the Shock Exchange, no string tournament. They've been here since year 1. This will be the 4th year. 2 out of the last 3. 13, and then both of the other times the victors. So we're going 5 minutes since we last played. there. Guardians not able to jam situations. But then really this for Jersey. The big jams from Jersey. Without power jam, Scooter McGee in the second. And Bralston with 23 just 2 jams ago. Highest scoring jam on the Cleveland side goes to who looks as though she's gearing up for the next jam to win the star.
Looks like the referees are slowly. Little recap, we've got 76 on the board for the Jersey boys. For the Guardians of Cleveland, 12 minutes 7 on the clock.
Alright, so that'll be in green for against Scooter Magoo in for Jersey.
Jersey blockers doing a good job of keeping Bernetti held back at the back of the pack. Scooter Magoo jam for Jersey. He makes his initial pass.
So losing a blocker. That left one hot second. They're going to regain their pivot.
Scooter really makes his scoring pass, putting 5 points on the board.
And no sooner is Alchemist in from the penalty box, he's back out. So Derby famous penalty workout. This he's gonna let Scooter Magoo through. He's 5 points. And just not having any luck making her way through. Just inside, backed up by I Don't Care Bear.
Racking up the points with another 5 points, bringing this jam so far. His way through once again for another point pass.
That'll bring him up to 30 points so far for this jam. Takes a hop of the just flat Cleveland block up to turn 1.
Yeah, Cleveland blockers dished out a hard hit, sent him to the track. 5 more points on the board for Jersey. Scooter Magoo to 35. Jersey boys now 111. Cleveland Guardians 17. 9. And this is the first.
65 out of Jersey. Belligerent out there for the first time for the Jersey boys, picking up a lead.
Kenny Cloud trying to make his initial pass. Met up with the Jersey blockers at the front of the and Village from Jersey boys calls up total for 5 points for the Jersey.
Be an official blowing of the whistle. Hold things. We'll have Dodger Rabbit in the blue for Jersey. 8 junior Cleveland. Derby famous penalty box empty as there's 5 back.
once again.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys missed that. Ended a jam, and he was not allowed to go back in until after 3 jams, and it's been less than 3.
For that. Got it.
So that's, they called the delay of game.
Got it.
Captain
Delay of game called Cleveland because Junior is way back into the game. Injury is a 3-jam removal and 2 jams actually. So they got a delay game against the Guardians of Cleveland.
And where he got the bloody nose. Stretch of time between him ended and when things started. So I can understand there might have been a little confusion there. Looks like Dodger Rabbit beat Cleveland.
Back. And Bridges jam. 1.5 minutes left on the
9-point Kenny Cloud putting points on the board. Considering the fact and scoreless jams, that is a big deal right there. He's going to call it. Picks up 1 more point pass attempt.
Yeah, Dodger was way out of the penalty box and made a point scoring pass, put 4 points on the board, boys. So 6 points for the Guardians and for the bring the score 23, 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
His first time out. This time. And by Burnett. Smash going to be knocked on turn 1. Once again, Cleveland's gained another blocker.
Smash catch down by the Guardian block.
Burnett being for Cleveland. It might have been an out of play.
Smash Ketchum picks up lead jam for Jersey. Belligerent off to the penalty box.
Junior's still in the thick there, unable to make his initial pass. Smash going forward.
Yeah, he got sent to the ground and decided he now 122-23, a little less than 5 minutes. Magoot Jemmy prime easily picks for Jersey, and Alchemist quick out for Jersey.
Jersey, Cleveland at 23. Just to go to Magoot, he was chosen for the Mohawk Valley Cup, representing the Jersey boys.
Kenny Cloud kicker up against Pata emerges first, picks up lead jam for Jersey. So what Kenny Cloud kicker hot on his heels. Leaves off the jam. In favor of Jersey, 23 for the Guardians of Cleveland. Whiskey on the jam against Dodger Rabbit.
Whiskey's first time. Dodgers certainly no stranger to the jam line. last the day. Start back up tomorrow at 9 a.m. New York Stock Exchange on the Montreal Men's Roller Derby Mont Royals. That'll be at 9 o'clock. Like that at 11, we'll have time for victorious over the Quadfathers. Also Race City, who is over Philadelphia. For this, the host team were defeated by the Philadelphia Hooligans. But still plenty to go tomorrow. Prime wearing the star for, and it looks like they're lead.
And make a hole as Alchemist makes his way up to Boy Block.
How would you let it re-end?
On Mall in the Derby famous penalty box.
Papuchiletta picking up a second. The Guardian bringing them up to 33. Jersey top one.
Cloud kicker looks like he's skating unopposed for the time being. He gets sent off the track to the out behind the pack.
Sent to the Derby famous penalty box for Jersey.
Gillette out of the penalty box. Kenny Cloudkicker's made his first point pass. 4 points on the board, and he calls off the. A little bit less than 30 seconds or so. Maybe it unless somebody calls.
The boys currently at 131. Guardians at 37.
The jam line up against Doc. Looks like they're gonna jam. There's about left on the clock jam, so we're gonna go the full 2 minutes. If this thing, we'll see what the jammers decide. Dodger Burnett lead jam, but he is quickly sucked by hits before he makes his initial.
Her initial. That initial pass up being pulled by the Jersey boys here between turn 2 and turn 3. Now gets spread out. And she's going to.
I don't care. Dodger Rabbit is in the point scoring pass. A little on the board. Quick off time.
We are just about 30 seconds away. The second to the last bout of the day. 23 jams in the first half. Jersey comes without a lead jammer. Cleveland had 5 power jammers. Top scorers for Alchemist 16 points, while Scooter has 69 of those 141 points that Jersey Derby Brigade
on time being. Rolling for this last bout of the day. Bernetti back from the Derby famous penalty box. Picks up lead jam for Jersey.
Cop on turn up 4. Easy on the inside line for 5.
Dished back. And the recipient of the jammer helmet, Nettie, and about to Jersey calls off the jam.
Star for Jersey.
Alchemist did not make it onto the as the Cleveland
Missed that lineup cue.
That is good for Cleveland. Hoping we need to put 10 minutes left on the clock.
Villager going to pick up lead jammer privilege for Jersey. A full jam.
It's like it really happen very often anymore.
So he just skate clean.
Now Kenny Cleve, he did have the jammer helmet cover on, but they told him to take it off.
Yeah, I don't think that you can do a star pass from the bench.
No, that's
the rules on us a lot. That's ever been one of them.
Very optimistic thinking.
Yes. Villager kind of right smack dab through the middle of the. That took a second.
Wins the race. He muscles his way back again. Now he's up against Kicker and makes his way to 5 points for Jersey.
Cover on, not too long
He did.
ago.
That on either.
All the things.
Yeah.
All right, so no points obviously for the Guardian. Field the jammer, 14 points. Up to 166 over Guardians. 26 minutes left to go.
Yeah, they've been a very much more painful. 26 minutes left on the clock. Alchemist Prime up against Holm. 8:08.
And that is Holmes' first take of the jammer star for Jersey.
Fired up, trying to get his way through the pack.
Picking up lead for Jersey.
Yeah, Holm goes by the bench with thumbs up, tongue out, big smile on his face. To his bench that he got lead jam. He puts 3 for Jersey. 25 and a half minutes.
Dodger Rabbit. And that is London Mauling. Molly making his first appearance to the jam line in the second half. Hasn't been a jammer star since the half.
Dodger lead jam for and London Mauling is initial pass and is about to have. Dodger calls off the jam, putting 4 points on the board. Jersey. And for Cleveland and 24 minutes.
Going up against number 616 in the pickup lead jammer privilege. Romero getting the call from his bench to call it off. Picking up 4 points.
3 board for the Guardians. 23 minutes left on the clock. Alchemist Prime up against Scoop. Alchemist Prime pushes his way down the lead jam.
Since the second half started. Gets himself back up, picks up 4 points and calls it off.
22 and a half minutes. Jamming the Rabbit. Looks like the Derby box is empty. Dodger Rabbit about a quarter of a track behind him. Wild kicker gets in the middle, off the jam for the Cleveland Guardians, bringing their score 38. Still at 177, and we got 5 minutes left on the clock.
Nice peek ensemble for the Cleveland Guardians going up. Jammer privilege. He is currently the top scoring jammer in the game. 80 points.
Rough time of it for Junior. He finally gets the track and gets through the pack pretty quickly that round. His second attempt through his initial pass.
He's going to add 3 more points to his tally. That'll bring June. Oh, for Blue. Going up again.
He's going to start down one. Looks like Cleveland anticipated that a little bit. Send him to the side of the track.
Hill kind of gets his 16. Slows him down just a little bit.
Another 5-point pass for Robert to the Jersey scoreboard.
Last minute hit on Bralson, unable. Takes it to the inside, untouched for 5 more points.
Hell sent to the back once again by the Jersey boys. Jersey bringing their score to 5.
Sends the penalty box. Whiskey accepts the star. I think as soon as you take off the cover, Whiskey was like touching his head. Oh.
Less than 18 minutes left. 5-point Jersey boys bringing their score now to 2:15. Jersey down a blocker for this jam. Dodger Rabbit up against number 11, Alchemist Pride. Jam for the Rabbit just emerges from his initial.
Unbar to the inside after turn 2. Points.
It's left on the clock.
You're in green for Cleveland up against Emperor Miro in blue for Jersey. These two matched up again not too long ago. Emperor Miro coming away. Privilege and a hand. Looks like he's going to pick up the jammer again.
Junior still the pack. Oh, now he's moving his way. And he makes his initial.
To the inside, gets past a couple of blockers and takes to Colorado.
52 in favor of the Jersey boys.
Hours from now, back in here, getting ready for the game of the morning. Exchange takes on the Montreal men's roller derby team. Those teams victorious earlier in the day.
Been lucky with the 3 degrees in her off nicely, and past the Mohawk Valley Cup has been swelteringly hot.
Yes, it's definitely a nice change.
We've gotten lucky this weekend. Kenny Clark, Dodger Rabbit.
Kicker just getting low and pushing. No, he's going to pick up lead jammer privilege for the Guardians.
In the next few moments.
That'll be the first power jam second half.
5 points. Alchemist ends up an opening track, allowing Kenny Clark kicker to go through untouched.
It's going to leave just Bernetti and Cal Hella for Cleveland.
And Kenny Clark kicker calls off the Dodger Rabbit, made his way back to the track. 15.
Guardians only points so far. The second Cloud kicker picking up half of them.
Smash Ketchum jamming against Junior. Smash back, but he's not having it. He's going to wait. Engagement zone. Pope John Mall. Defense for Smash Ketchum jam as he emerges from his initial pass. Smash Ketchum sent off the outside of the track. Makes his way back onto the track for his first point scoring pass. And he is off. Track cut off to the Derby famous penalty. Power James.
And back-to-back for Cleveland right now.
They can use all right now with the deficit. A little more than left in this half. Junior in the mix. Jersey not making it easy. Give him a little help. And I don't care. Sends Junior to the track.
Smash Ketchup. It's been a long day. My goodness. Standing, leaving the penalty box. Smash had picked up the jammer privilege before being sent.
He's upright and inbounds. Guardian. Derby box is empty. Kenny Cloud missing some Jersey boy blockers, puts 5 forward for Cleveland.
Cleveland not terribly effective in picking up lead, but Kenny Cloud Kicker has been out there 3 times, starting with the time he has picked up lead jammer.
It's left on the clock. 22-72. London Moling up against Doc. London Moling sent off the outside of the tracks, brought all the way back at the same time. That picks up lead jam.
That's it. That no pack helped Dodger Rabbit make his way through.
Yep. Deuce Springsteen and Brunetti, famous penalty box together. Boy, that was easy. Back on the board for Dodger Rabbit.
Penalty box that's going to leave Jersey in a
trolling. Out the hits at the against Dodger Rabbit. On the board for Jersey.
Cleveland back for block.
Dodger Rabbits had enough. Calls off the jam. 5 more points. 20 points for Jersey, bringing 42. 72 still for 9 minutes left on the clock. Jim Hell. Hell. Doing a fine job making his way through the pack, but he got sent to one knee, now sent to the inside of the track. At the same time, Scooter Magoo picks up lead jam.
8.5 minutes left to go in the second half. Looks like he's got the jammer in his hand.
Whiskey is now dawn on the cover.
Oh, thank you. It's whiskey.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize.
No, you're right. You're right.
Off to the penalty box. As puts another 5 on the board for Jersey. Scooter Magoo time, 5 more points on the points, bringing the score now to 250. And it almost untouched through the pack. 5 more points. Dick Whiskey, do I Don't Care Bear for Cleveland in this jam.
Jam 28 points this time.
72 for the Guardians. 6.5 minutes left on the. Junior is on Guardians.
Scooter Magoo. We're 111. Was 270.
Too shabby. Hero emerged back with Junior. His tail, and just as Junior passed him over the jammer line. Zero points, both teams in that last jam. Alchemist Prime. He made his way out there just before the jammer whistle. They didn't want to go through that again. And against Dodger Rabbit. A little in the first turn.
Both jammers getting knocked to the outside. Looks like Alchemist Prime into the Derby box.
5 minutes left in this bout. Dodger Rabbit makes his way past blocker for the Guardians. Way around the track again. 5 points on the board for Jersey. Guardian blocker is making it difficult for Dodger Rabbit on this pass. And Pope John Malls off to the penalty box for blocking engagement. He's back in the mix and out once again. 5 more points on the board for Jersey.
Each team with 3 blockers. The pack.
He's got Dodge at the front of the pack, makes his way out again for another 5. .20 jam for Dodger Rabbit, bringing the Jersey boys up to 2 for the Guardians of Cleveland, and we've got 3.5 minutes left on the clock. So review being called. The Guardians.
Team jams into the second half. Jersey big jams in there. Had a 35-point jam. Scooter Magoo with a 28, and then 2 20s. Both Dodger Rabbit. If you are just turning in at this, to see how things are wrapping up for the day. Let's see here. We're going to start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Both of those teams victorious in their bout today. And then we've got Tyne and City, who are all they will take to the track at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Philadelphia Hooligans and the Quadfathers coming out. End of things. Philly to Race City, taking the win over the Jersey boys lost initially. Royals. Cleveland lost earlier today to the Shock Exchange.
Sorry. So Green called an official review. I believe that the blue jammer was blocked out and
interview for a Dodger Rabbit. The end of that, he had come in front of two course, would have been a cut, but after the officials consulted with one another, and the call being
no call. Smash Ketchum. Ooh, a hard hit. Smash Ketchum to the floor. He is back at the back of the to make his initial pass, and Junior is now sent off the track on the outside. And he is back to the back of the Smash Ketchum picks up lead jam for Jersey.
Boys 290, sorry, to the Guardian 72 with to go.
Fine. Smash Ketchum sent off the track once again.
Junior still looking to make his initial pass. Letta and Harless change other plans for him.
Smash Ketchum sent to the ground but calls off the jam from Z. The clock score now 293 for the Jersey boys, 72 Cleveland. Kenny Cloud kicker is on. Emperor. What was the jammer whistle? However, nothing's happened. Scooter Magoots made his way onto the track from the penalty box. And the pack has started moving.
Just falls on top of him, also being taken down. Kenny Cloud kicker picking up lead jam for Privilege 4. Coming up against Scooter Magoot. But 4.
Quick. And the clock is winding down. London Mauling on the jam line up against Holm. 0-8. Jammers are off. London Mauling tried now. Holm, number 8, Jersey, gives the thumbs up, tongue out once again as he edge.
Star pass. Oh, stat. Mauling still wearing it. All right, so that is the unofficial final. Jersey boys.
Got Blackjack and Puss and Ginger announcing the house for this past bout. I'd like to thank a load of sarcasm. I'm Mr. Harry Crum. We're going to put here pretty soon.
But keep in mind, everything starts right back at 8 o'clock tomorrow, where the Shock is on the Monterey. The Shock Exchange looking for their out of 4 years here Valley Cup.
As the boys are taking the victory lap, it's officially the end of Dave K Arena in Rome, New York.